All right, everybody, this is a big one. I've spent the last month or so, many of you have been following along as I build out this project called SideBling. And I decided to put it into one single video, multiple hours, and you're going to learn how to build this project right here. So what this is a project where somebody can come to the website and they can enter a hobby or a skill that they have, and they want to be able to get some ideas on how they can monetize it. So what this does is it sends a call to OpenAI and we receive a response with a list of ideas. So everything you see here, we're going to be designing from scratch pretty much with the help of Illustrator and Figma, and then we're going to use the Figma MCP Server to get this realized in the browser without us having to touch any type of front-end code. Now, you can see these idea cards right here. We can actually generate a report which initiates another call to OpenAI to get a detailed guide on how they can tackle this particular idea. So all these animations that you see here, we create all of those from scratch. And so I'm going to be showing you with the help of Cursor and Claude Code how to set up this entire project. So yes, it's not just a to-do list app or some simple calculator app that everybody else is covering. You're actually going to see the full stack development experience with AI infused in the parts that make sense. So make sure to check out DesignCourse.com. I have the course up there as well. It's 100% free. And I also include deployment at the end. I'm going to be adding that here really shortly. So as always, like I said, make sure to subscribe. We're covering a lot of this stuff like crazy, and I hope you enjoy the course. Let's get started. Okay, so let us begin here in Adobe Illustrator. That's what I'm going to be using here. You could use a lot of different things like Figma Draw, for instance, anything vector. But still, the de facto industry standard amongst brand designers is typically going to be Adobe Illustrator, as it's been for, I don't know, a couple decades now. So the first thing we do is get out the type tool, hit T, and then we're going to specify the name. Now, typically, I will specify the name in all just lowercase, all capitalized, and then also kind of capitalizing the first letter of any words that are involved in the name. So this is SideBling, so this might be SideBling here. I'm going to make this larger in a second. SideBling there, can't see that, and then SideBling here. Okay, so what this looks like, if I scale this all the way up, it's kind of like this. And you can go to your fonts list up here. I don't actually have a ton of fonts installed. And if you don't end up finding a font that you like, then you could do something like go to one of the many various font sites. One that's been up for ages is dafont.com. You can actually go here, specify the name of your font that you want to see. The actual like SideBling, for instance. Let's do like LCD. Enter your text here. SideBling. There you go. So you can scroll fonts that way to see if there's something that catches your eye. And so what I'll do is just start up here at the top, and then you can, with it selected, kind of use your keyboard down arrow key to just go through these quickly to see if there's something that simply catches your eye. And you could also do the same thing by looking at the little previews up here as well. So essentially, for this project, it's called SideBling. And the idea, of course, is it's an AI service that will help people figure out how to monetize their skills and hobbies and interests. Now, if we think about the name itself, SideBling, bling being the keyword, what exactly do you think about? What emotions arise when you think about bling, right? So if you go to like images.google, for instance, and you type in bling, okay. Look at this guy. So this is what people will commonly think about: bling, jewelry, little, I guess you could say, lens flares, glares, and the things that are just bright, right? And it has a certain, maybe almost like hip hopish feel. So with that in mind, I'm not going to choose something like although I guess you could say that would be high-end type of bling, but I'm not going to choose something like maybe Times New Roman might be a better example. This one, it makes sense to me using this type of font. I want mine to be kind of bold. I want it to be not very serious, because also consider what this is. This is a side hustle type thing. It's not like a wealth management fund, right? So we need to think about that too. This is side hustle, a way to make money on the side. These are people that, just they want to monetize hobbies. It's not extremely serious. So that's what I want to those are the emotions I wanted to convey in the type itself. So the font that you choose is obviously important, and its font can speak to that sort of thing. So what I'm going to do is, one font I found that I like is right here. Now, of course, there's no lowercase version of this font. That's all uppercase. And I kind of just like how it feels a little bit silly, with the B, for instance, which I think I'm going to flip that upside down. I would like the taller portion up here. But this is bold. It's kind of in your face, but it's not serious. And I think it matches the tone very well in terms of what I'm looking for. So what I'll do from here, once I was like, okay, I like this font, maybe we'll just hit Alt and left click and drag it off to the side, and we can keep on going through fonts that we like, and then we can come down and narrow it down. Like here's another one. It's kind of similar, but it could be a potential option. I don't know. So then once you have the font chose, now it's time to decide, okay, do I want this to be like a combination logo where we have an external symbol, or do we just want it to be a word mark of some sort? So a word mark would simply be a logo that's based on the type. I really like word mark style logos myself. It's kind of simple. And so that's what we're going to approach for this one. Thinking of ways in which we can reinforce the idea of the business through the typography alone, and do it so that it's unique and not obvious. Obvious would be putting a bunch of glows and flares all over the place and diamonds and stuff. I don't want to do that. We can hint at that stuff, but it should be simple, and it should be abstract and relevant. So what I'll do is, we already have a copy of our original type here, and what I'll do here is hit Control-Shift-O. Not the number 0, but the actual letter. Control-Shift-O will convert everything to outlines here. So then I could take this, right click, and ungroup. Now we have access to each one of these individually rather. And so one thing I could do here is hit Transform Reflect, and we'll change this to horizontal. All right, so now we flip that B right there. Okay, so SideBling. What I would do now is start to experiment with the placement of the type. We have two words here, so this could work in the context of SideBling just like that, or it could work in the context of taking side and putting it on top of bling. There's nothing says that you can't do that. So I kind of like how it's more of a condensed block right here. I don't know why. It's just sometimes you're going to find arrangements like this, whether it be through type or just a concept that resonates with you. And when we put them on top, it kind of opens up some possibilities in terms of how we can make these letters play into each other, in order to perhaps experiment and find something that that's interesting what we just did there. That kind of has a play on this concept or this concept. So what I'll do now is, we'll just take this one, put this up over here in the corner, and now we have just side and bling on top of each other. There's nothing really special about this. So now what I'll do is sit here and think about, okay, what can we do with these letters that might be interesting? All right, well, the first thing that we can do, and by the way, I'll take a copy of this, stick this way up here, okay? Maybe we could do something like this. Notice how the L and the I right here are kind of like right here in the same path. And if we were to take this, we can match them up sort of. We could just take the I, delete it. All right. Kind of strange looking. Does it quite make sense? I don't know. It definitely would make it a little bit more difficult for people to understand that this is side and this is bling, maybe not so much, but is there any type of sort of concept that would be relevant to doing this, making this letter, this extend up through both of them? Well, you could say side bling, these are two connected ideas. It's on the side and you're trying to make money, so we're going to connect them literally through the letter forms themselves. You could make that argument. You could say, for instance, maybe you want to do a play on growth, make growing your money. So what you could do is just come over here, choose the polygon tool, left click once and choose 3 sides, hit OK. We'll create a little arrow and we can make it rounded just like all the other edges here are rounded in the type because you want things to be consistent. We'll move this over here. And it's like, okay, do we like that? I don't know. We could scale it down a bit. Okay, that's one possible concept. It's not hitting it out of the park for me. So I'll just copy this. We'll put it up here. Again, there's a variation of concept 1. Okay, let's delete this. Let's go back. Let's put this up here. We can keep on playing with this with a bunch of different variations. This is the name of the game. So now what we could do, like, oh, what about this empty spot here? It kind of doesn't, I don't like it, So what if we take this and, by the way, when you have baked in corners right here and you scale it down, look what it does to the corners. It squashes it. So you don't want to do that. You want to switch to the direct selection tool so that you only take, for instance, just these bottom 4 vertices. Hold shift, bring them up. There we go. So now I can grab these top ones without grabbing this. Now if you grab another letter, just hold shift, left click once, left click twice, and then it will deselect that selection. So now we're going to put this, we want to try to get equal white space around here, here, and here, which we can fine tune that later once we have the concept actually flushed out. So now we have bling sitting on top or to the side of L. So let's bring this over. Good. Try to get equal white space all around. Okay, that's kind of interesting. That's definitely, a cohesive little concept that we could potentially use. So what I'll do is Alt and left click drag, that saves it, or copies it rather. So here's a couple concepts already, and how long have we been recording? I mean, this obviously goes pretty quick. All right, so let's do another idea here. Maybe you want to see another adjustment where maybe we don't extend the L. All right, but we keep the little I that is next to the L. So we're going to bring this down. We're going to get, let's see here. We'll get rid of side here. Just copy these. Now again, one thing I just did there, I kind of scaled this up. These now won't be perfectly the exact same size, which again, this is a very early kind of exploratory thing. I would want to redo this to make sure everything's perfectly the same size in terms of the both words. But again, we're just iterating fast here. So here's another concept where, yeah, it is definitely more readable. So if we were to take this one, copy it real quick, view them side by side, SideBling, you can clearly see it's easier to read side here than it is here, because of this long, extension of the L. So that's something to consider. And you could throw this, this idea, show the idea to other designers, other friends, non-designers, and just try to get feedback on what they think. So I'm going to delete this one. And believe it or not, yes, we can come up with even more concepts. So perhaps we'll take, we already saved this concept. Didn't we? No, we didn't. Let's get that right up there. Okay. What about doing this? Let's take side, push it to the side of bling. Okay. Now what? Well, now what could we do potentially? Well, let's get bling. Let's get our regular bling back. And I will increase this size here. Now, real quick, just to make sure we're roughly the same size. We are. We'll put that right there. Okay, what if we do this? Here's another play on this concept here. Try to get the two eyes matching. All right, so now we'll extend this one down. Does this make any sense? Well, how about this? Let's do the same thing that we did before. we could take this direct selection tool, move up. We're going to go ahead and move this to the side. There we go, roughly right around there. We'll adjust the NG here in a second. Let's get this position back down. Equal white space here. From here, roughly just eyeballing it at this point. Move the NG over. Okay, so there's two more concepts or variations of concept one. I would call all this a concept, and these are slight variations where we're trying to nail down the ultimate concept, the single concept that we're working with. So as you can see, we've come up with a lot of different options between all of these. And I think we could probably come up even with a few more. For instance, let's say we get this one. Let's bring this up. And then let's literally shift this off to the side. We can, play around with this concept even further just by shifting it to the side, like thus SideBling. So now, if we were to take all these concepts, we would have a lot of different options here to choose from. So if I take these two, maybe get them up here. Take these two, put them over here. We got a lot of different concepts that we can nail down, or variations of concepts, in terms of like, okay, this is the one that everybody seems to like once you fish this out enough to try to seek, opinions and such. And again, this whole purpose of this project, we're not trying to get stuck too much on one part and overthink one part, because there's a lot of parts of this process of building out this whole app. This is just one aspect. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this section. What I will say is the one that I ended up liking the most personally is the one where we have actually, did I even create the one where I ultimately decided to use? I don't even think I did. All right, so I'm going to get another artboard. So this right here, artboard tool. And what I will choose is we're going to take this one, copy it, paste this over here. All right. And the one that I'm going to use is just simply shifting this over here to the side. All right. And for that one, we want to make sure bling inside this eye right here is directly on top of the eye right here. So what that will mean is we will push this over here, and we're going to adjust some of the letter spacing. We want the letter spacing to be as even as possible. So I may end up spreading these letters out just a bit more. So we have to determine essentially what is good white space between these letters. So what I'll do is take the rectangle tool, and we're going to establish this as our baseline for the white space between the various areas. And I'll change the color real quick. All right, so if we move this over here to here, we could see that there is definitely a discrepancy. And then if we move and hit Shift and Alt again, that will just replicate it while you drag down, we could see, okay, so this is a pretty wide gap comparatively to this and this at the bottom. So what I might do is actually revert and just use this white space. And now I can move this over here. There we go. And then this down here will replicate it and just rotate it, holding Shift real quick. Gives us to 90 degrees. This right here is super close, so we could just move this down slightly. Now if we move it down, then we'll see that this type up here, or the top portion of that eye, needs to match right there. You'll see the guides, the height of the rest. Take this over here. We can start pushing these out. Now if I extend this out in this area, There we go. I'm going to make this portion be the one that matches up. All right. So now that we have all those, and we have equal white space between the type and the words themselves, we can take this top one and position it so that the two eyes are basically directly over. I'm okay with it not being perfectly over here and centered, but now these two being perfectly above each other, I like that look a lot more. All right, so one final thing that we could do, we could say, okay, we're happy with this right now as our first concept. What we can do is think, okay, is there anything else that we would want to integrate into this? Or is this sufficient alone? This could certainly be sufficient in and of itself. But I kind of did want to add a little bit of a play on the flare bling concept, but do so in a tasteful, minimal way, and integrate it within the type. So one idea that I have is to kind of put like a glare right here, like integrated into this portion. So one thing we could do to do that is we can come out here with the star tool, left click once, and we'll choose 4 points. Hit OK. All right, and I'm going to rotate this around. And if I switch to this tool right here, which is the free transform tool, we can kind of I guess you can't do that. Oh well, no big deal. What we can do is this instead. I'm going to take the top, 18 times, and then I hit the up arrow key 18 times. So I'm going to hit the down arrow 18 times here as well. All right, and I'll bring these down too. All right, and then right here, if we select this, you can see these little circles. That'll give us a little bit of a rounded corners all around. Now, if I shrink this, we can kind of see how thick this will end up being if we turn it white and put it right over here. So I think it might be a little bit too thick still for my liking. So we can take these with the direct selection tool, maybe just twice. All right, that's a little bit better perhaps. And what I'm going to do is kind of rotate this around. Hit I on your keyboard to grab the white background, making it white. And then I don't want ones coming out to the side, so I will delete those. All right, so it looks like we have kind of like this little glare occurring here. Now, one thing that we could do, especially if let's just drag this in, is get this kind of centered up where they're equal distance from here to here, from here to there. And one thing you could do is, if you wanted to do it quickly, if you're kind of familiar with the pen tool, you can kind of like integrate little corners like this to kind of get an idea real quickly of what that would look like, to see how it kind of integrates, because everything else in the type of this logo for this font is rounded corners. So it would make sense to do rounded corners. Now, like I said, this is a quick way of doing it. There's a more appropriate way of using perfect circles once you have the concept kind of finalized. So we'll get to that here. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We're just doing this real quickly to see this is what that would look like. Now let's go ahead and make it perfectly fleshed out. Okay, so now if we look at this, we kind of have our little bling effect. And again, it's subtle, which is what I like. And what we could do, just having looked at this, is take the ellipse tool, and let's say we imagine something like this. Something that follows the contour of that little flare, that bling flare. We get rid of the fill. We choose a black background color, a stroke, rather, and then take the stroke, or this right here. We're going to choose this option, width profile 3. And then what I'll do is rotate this around so the thin side's over here. And then I will take that path. We'll use the add anchor point tool. Just left click and drag out from the pen tool. And I'm going to probably click right around here. I'm going to add an anchor point, and then right down here, add an anchor point. And then we're going to see if there's one in the middle. There is. We can take the direct selection tool, take that one in the middle, hit delete. Almost looks like that Intel Inside logo. Okay, so now what I'll do is increase the size. Now, I wouldn't integrate this into the actual logo, but the reason I did this is because I think we're going to create a jitter animation reconstruction of the logo, but maybe even use Rive as well, which if you don't know Rive, never mind. But what we could do is maybe as a loader, we can make the logo itself the loader, because when we're waiting on the AI to give us a response, we can have this little arc animate real quick and reveal this little flare. And so it requires a little bit of mental foresight into what that could look like, but it could look really cool, especially with the motion integrated into this while something is loaded and this flare is kind of reacting to this arc that passes through it. That would be pretty cool, I think. So what I'll do now is I just save that little idea over here. And if we were happy with this, what we would do at this point is, remember how I mentioned the perfect circle idea? What we could do is just to demonstrate it here. So if you take the ellipse tool and hold Shift and Alt, left click and drag, you can get these situated so that they integrate with each other or overlap just barely slightly. There is a more appropriate way to do this with grids and everything, make sure everything snaps perfect. But this is a quick project, and you would use the shape builder tool in order to literally get rid of these lines. So what I'll do though, just for this quick demo, is real quickly make sure everything is, see like right here, if I zoom up, that's not ideal. It's kind of going past that section. So we want to take these anchor points and make sure everything is perfectly kind of integrated and not overextending in areas that we don't want it to, just for now. All right. So now what you could do is take all these paths right there, along with the S, and then we could go to Window Transform, which lines up, and then choose Pathfinder right here, and then choose this, Divide. All right, so now when we divide that, we have the option to delete all these various things so that this shape is now transparent in those areas. And that's important because now if I take everything, we'll see if there's anything left over. That's important because if we were to change the background color, you wouldn't want those white things sitting there. So now it's completely transparent. So now if I were to take another artboard real quick. All right. Take our logo. I'm going to get rid of that. All right. And then change the background color. So I'm going to add a rectangle here. Get rid of the stroke at 0 and give it a kind of maybe a green color fill of sorts. We will extend this out. Let's get this to the bottom here. There we go. I will lock that layer. And we're going to make it white. So now, white. It's kind of a bright green, so we could always take that green color and make it a little bit darker. And we could say, this is maybe perhaps would be the primary color that we use for SideBling. All right, almost sounds like sibling. So there we go. Very quickly, we've knocked out all these variations. It's a simple logo, but it's really, I like it though. All right, people, let us continue where we left off. This is a series called SideBling.com. This is for a project where people will be able to go to a website, enter their skills and hobbies, and it will spit out exactly what they can do to monetize said hobbies. And we're going to be using Cursor and Claude Code, and we're doing the full design development process. So it's not all AI. We're using our skills as designers. I'm going to be teaching you how to get next level input or output out of these LLMs, which requires some other skills. So make sure to watch that first video on how we design this logo and the rationale behind it. And now make sure to check out the description wherever you're watching this video to gain access to the Figma document right here so that you can follow along. It's very important to follow along. Don't just watch and be lazy. You're going to learn so much more. So anyway, we're going to copy this entire frame, and then we're going to go into the page UI UX right here. We're going to paste that in, and this frame right here is going to be our desktop frame for designing our desktop version right here. So what we want to do is bring this in and scale it down probably to a size right around there. That size happens to be 137 by 60, no, 126 by 85. And we want to give this a little bit of a tag or a slogan. Monetize your hobbies. Now that font is Enter, size 16. I think we're going to do maybe semi-bold for that. Probably this is a good size right here. And we're also going to give it a color. Instead of white, we're going to grab the background color and make it slightly lighter, kind of like a watermark. Then right click, flatten it to convert it to vector, hold shift, select the logo, hit Control G, and then change group 1 to logo SVG. There we go. Okay, so far so good. Now we're going to have a very simplistic nav menu items over here, so home. Except we are going to increase the font size on this one to about size 22. There we go. And with that selected, like I said, it's going to be super simple. We're going to create a component. Right click, create component. And before we do that, let's double click into there, and we're going to add a typography style. So real quickly, when it comes to designing in Figma, you don't have to add styles, you don't have to add variables, you don't have to name layers and stuff. But for this process, you do, because we're going to be using the Figma MCP server, which acts as a bridge between Figma itself and the code editor. In this case, will be Cursor. And you need to provide that extra metadata to the LLM in order for it to accurately as possible translate your design in Figma to whatever it outputs in the browser. Very important to do this stuff. It's more work, but it pays off in the end because you get a better result. So we're going to add a text style here. We'll call this nav item. All right, now we have nav item. Also, colors. You need to save your damn color variables. So we're going to click plus right here, and we'll call this, just call it white color. There we go. Now we're going to duplicate that, Control D, hold Shift, drag it over to the left, and then select both of those, and we're going to place those into an auto layout. Auto layout is also very important because it's like Figma's version of CSS layouts, essentially, and that also is communicated to the LLMs in terms of how to structure that stuff. So that's looking good right there. And again, we could just take this and duplicate it and update the type, whatever. We don't need to, though, in this context. So what we'll do now is move this over, take both of these elements, hold Shift selecting them, and we're going to add an auto layout around those as well. And that right there looks pretty good for the sizing. Next up, the center portion. This is the pattern that you see most ChatGPT wrappers use, and it makes sense because you have a text field and you have a call to action. These are the main things that you want people to use your service, right? So we make it front and center. So we're going to hit Frame or F, left click, drag out a big container for both the text field and the button. We're going to give this a fill of the background color, except slightly lighter. So that color code happens to be 00A160. We want to add that as well. Rather, click right here, click plus, and we're going to call this panel BG color. All right. We also want to give it some rounded corners. So if I zoom way up, we bump this up, maybe like size 15.
There we go. Guess what? You see this little icon right there? Oh no, I went away on the camera. There we go. Fuck, annoying. You see this right here? We want to click apply variable, yes, to even the corner radius, because otherwise it will guess probably, unless you tell it explicitly. So we don't want to have to tell it and have a huge prompt, so that's why we do this stuff here. So now we're going to say, hit plus, and we're just going to say, I guess we'll say panel radius, corner radius. Hit create variable. All right, so that's looking good there. Now we're going to duplicate this, Control D. And this is going to be the actual text field. We're going to give this a stroke, and the stroke is going to be this color, except slightly lighter, even still, right around there. That looks good to me. Let's add that sucker. We'll just call this text field stroke color. Now, one thing that's real important is if you take a look at the outer container versus the inner container, specifically in relation to the corner radius, you don't want to have the one that's nested inside of it have the same corner radius. It needs to be smaller. It just looks way better and it makes more sense. So for instance, if we take this, we have to unlink or detach this variable right here. And then we're going to scale this down maybe to like 6. There, now it makes sense. You're going from large to small. Okay, this as well we will add. We'll just call this inner corner radius. Great. This is too tall, so I'm going to take both of these and just hold Alt and scale those down just a bit. And then I'm going to take the type tool, hit T, type in there, and we're going to say, what is an interest or hobby that you enjoy? That size is actually pretty good for the type, so I like that. So if we click on it, we'll see we already have it attached to a style. Detach that. I think we can go a little larger than that. So let's go up to like 26. I think that's good. Let's take everything here, maybe slightly larger. Pull this out a little bit more. Now, we want to take where it says frame 4. Let's go ahead and start focusing on naming our layers. This is the text field. This right here is the CTA container. The text field needs to be inside of it, by the way. All right. CTA container, we want to select that, and we want to choose auto layout. There we go. And then we want to take text field, and we add auto layout as well right here. But we don't want to center the text on the horizontal axis. We want to align left right there while keeping it centered vertically. All right, so that looks pretty good right there. We can kind of take a look at this stuff. Let's see what the padding and white space, like this stuff, is also important. So if we reduce this, say to like 21, that will be better. But we could just do 21 all around. And we also want to add that stuff. We can do the vertical as well to 21. Oop, no, we don't. We'll leave that at 33. So now we want to take both of those values, hover right here. I went away again. And we want to specify, hit plus. We will call this one text field margin LR for left right. I'll copy that real quick. Create variable. And then another one right here. So plus text field margin TB for top bottom. I don't know why I added an O. All right, create. There we go. Okay, great. Now we're going to take this text field and duplicate it. And by the way, this needs to be a horizontal stack. Increase this. We have some fixes, obviously. Just hang with me. This is going to be the actual call to action button. So if I double click into this type right here, we'll change that to show me the money. We're going to double click this, make sure this is centered for the auto layout. And then we're going to detach the fill. We're going to make this our white color. So go to libraries and choose the white for style. The text itself is going to be attached to our libraries. Oh, not the panel BG color. We haven't created the primary color, which is our background color. So we want to attach that to a new variable. We'll call this primary color. There we go. I know, it's a lot of setup work. Select our text again. Now we can choose to add that to our primary color, which is right here. Now I also want to adjust the type here so that it's not size 26, it's more like, I'm trying to get an idea of what I want this to be. I think size 18 and make that bold is good. And then we can add that here to a style called CTA type. There we go. And then we'll drag this in for the size. And then I do want to add a little bit of a, here, let's get rid of the stroke. We don't need a stroke on that. I do want to add, real quickly, a little bit of a an icon. So right click, go to plugins, go to manage plugins, and see if you have the Iconify plugin. I already have it, so it shows up here in my recents. If not, just add it. And we're going to add this little, just do a search for money, and then you'll find this if you scroll down. We'll add that little cash sign right there. And then change the selection color to libraries, primary color. All right, so now if we drag this out, we're looking at the behavior of this. One thing we want to change, notice we have different heights here. We'll fix that, but also up here, notice how it's like align left. We can align center all this stuff. So now we need to take a look. The reason there's a difference of height here is we have different padding values and also font sizes, and also this element right here, which in the preview here, it's not too big of a deal, but we can just hold Alt, left click, and scale that up to match it just for our purposes. But now if we scale this in and out, this is the behavior that we want as much as possible to be replicated in the HTML and CSS. So now we're going to go ahead and center this. You can use your center controls. This is going to be a little bit higher because I do want to have cards at the bottom. So again, we have to go through each one of these and make sure we're attaching the variables in places that we need to. So if I start with CTA container, we can see we don't have variables attached to the these properties right here, the left and right padding values. So 15 and 16, this could just change to 15 as well. So if we click here, we already have one that's 15. That's panel corner radius. We can actually use that for the inner white space because it's the same value. So panel corner radius, there we go. That's looking good. The panel BG color is attached. We're going to take our text field, take a look at that. That's looking good. Panel BG color. Text field stroke color, this is all solid. The type itself, we didn't attach this one to a variable, so we're going to add a new one. I'm just going to call this headline. It's not a headline really, but either way, that'll work. Taking a look at this. All right. It makes sense to take your time with this stuff, trust me. I know it makes for a longer tutorial, but all right. I like reading romance novels. I'm just doing a little example for people down here, and we're going to go ahead and disconnect that style. This will be like size 16 in regular because we don't want it competing too much with their primary text right here. This will be a floating label, by the way. Now that I scroll out, I think we can make this a little bit beefier, like larger here. Now, one thing we could do is notice how I made that larger and these things didn't respond to that. If we select the text field and go to height, we can do fill container. And that way it's more responsive, fill container. And then this element we can just make a little bit larger by default. Try to find that right perfect size. I'm not going to get too anal about this. All right, so I like reading romance novels. Now we want to go ahead and add this into an auto layout, this element and this element. All right, so with those both selected, choose that, upper left. Let's see how it works. We scale this in. This is still working. That's good. And that's fine right there. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the next section, which is the final section. At the bottom, I do eventually want to have cards. So what I'll do is, let's see, let's take this text field, copy that, paste it, drag it out, and we're going to have little cards down here, but we're going to have to make some adjustments. First, I don't want to have a fill, so we're going to get rid of the fill, but keep the stroke. All right. Then we're going to go ahead and take this, which has auto layout, upper left, double click into here, and the width of this right here needs to be fill container. There we go. Now we also need to adjust something about the headline property. So I think it would make sense to detach this and then adjust the line height to something that makes a little bit more sense. And this here is going to be a panel for showing what other people have entered as a prompt up here, along with a way for them to click on it and then view the results from the LLM. That way they can kind of see what the service is about. So for instance, I like to find broken things and fix them. That's like the worst prompt ever. But now we can do this and make sure it behaves it like that as much as possible. And then what we'll do is make it a little bit smaller, this type. So, you know, we could do like size 22, adjust this a little bit. And then once we're happy with the type, we'll add that as a card title style, card title. Okay. Now, one thing I'm looking at is because we replicated this and we have different padding around, let's just detach that one and make this one, this variable, so they're both set to that variable text field margin left, right. That's fine right there. Now, we could probably make this a little bit smaller, by the way. We're going to have one more element. We're almost done, by the way. Left click and type 11 business ideas. By the way, I know I just screwed up everything. Let's change this to a vertical stack. Put this sucker underneath. Right click. We can, let's see here. Let me drag this out actually. Put this up here. We're going to detach this. This is going to be small, like size 14. And we are also going to just make that auto. There we go. And then we'll hit frame, wrap it around it. So we can see frame 4. We'll change this to tag container and give it a background color. The background color will use this panel BG color. So with it selected, fill panel BG colors right there. And then we also want to have a little bit of border radius in there as well. So if we bump that up, probably just a size like 2, I think that would be good. Add that. So we'll call this, oh geez, I went away again. I keep on hitting a shortcut that makes me like hide. It's so annoying. I need to fix that. Anyhow, this is going to be called tag corner radius. We're going to put this inside of there. Then with this selected, we want to change this to auto. That way, when we scale this around, it's going to stay to the bottom, which is the behavior that we want. All right. So now I'm zooming out to kind of get an idea of the scale of things and how large these cards should be. So if I start this card like right here, again, before I continue on, I'm going to click on this, make sure everything is added to variables and styles as much as possible. This is good. Oh, the white color, we need to change that to library white. Same thing with this down here. This will be library of white. And also add this to the type. We'll call this tag type. All right. And then looking at this panel, we're looking good for all this stuff. Add an auto layout, by the way. Make sure that's centered. And there we go. This is looking pretty solid. So now if I duplicate this, we can get an idea of what this looks like duplicate, 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 duplicate one more time. Select all those. And then what we could do is this could be like a little scrolling marquee of maybe like 20 different prompts people have entered. And then people will be able to click on them to bring up the UI that shows the response of the LLM. And that is looking pretty solid. So now if we take these, we can add these into auto layout as well. And there we go. We have our 3 sections that are now ready to rock with the LLM. So the next section, we're actually going to, instead of just continuing to design the additional screens, I don't want to spend too much time in one area. And I want to show you how you can jump back and forth between Figma and development actively. So this is going to be a good spot to stop this tutorial. In the next video coming up here next week, I'm kind of looking at things I want to change already. Like I want to adjust this white space a little bit. That's okay though. For now, we're good. We can always make tweaks as well in code. So what we're doing now is, one thing that you have to be certain of is if you come up here to the menu and you go right over here, you want to make sure it says enable dev mode MCP server. All right. You want to make sure that that is checked on. All right. Otherwise it won't work. And next thing is, I made this Figma file available here in the description. Check that out. And you'll see that I did do some updates since the last video, just specifically in reference to the various names here. I really named all the layers as much as possible. So if we get the cards out here, these are all named up appropriately. And now what we want to do is we're going to go over to Cursor. All right. So I have a new folder opened up called SideBling. You can see there's 0 files in it. We're starting from scratch. And over here we have our chat window. And one of the things that we're going to do first is install Claude Code. All right. So if we go to terminal, or view rather, terminal, we're going to find real quickly the installation command for Claude Code. All right. So this is actually simple right here. You're going to copy this code right here. If I zoom in, you can see what that says. And we're just going to right click and that will paste it. And now it's added a couple of packages. Now, if we just type in Claude, this is what you should see. So let me expand this up. So do we trust the files? Yes, proceed, hit enter. Welcome to Claude Code. Tips for getting started. All right, so this is basically the starting point. So you have to think about this. Instead of trying to one-shot the entire app through a single prompt, you don't want to do that. You really want to break down everything as much as possible into its individual parts. Now, I know because I'm already been a front-end developer and designer. I've been in this stuff way before AI for like 25 years, literally. I understand that I already know what tech stack I want to use. Now, you can perfectly go ahead and ask it either here in the chat in Cursor or in Claude Code. Don't ask it to write code. Just say, hey, what tech stack should I use for my purpose or whatever this business is? But for me, I know I want to use Nuxt.js. So what I'll say is create a project. Let me zoom up so you can see this a bit better. Create a Nuxt.js project, rather, in the project root folder. And I think that's all we're going to need at this point. It's a straight, simple, forward thinking process. Nothing too crazy here. I'm not going to ask it to translate the design yet. I just want to get it installed. So now what it's going to do is ask you a bunch of follow-up questions. Do you want to proceed? Yes. And don't ask again for npx commands in blah, blah, blah. No, and tell, okay, what to do differently. So I'm going to go ahead and put 2 right there, because what will end up happening is it will keep on asking questions for being able to initiate certain commands. So now, as you can see, we have a Nuxt app folder in here, Claude folder. It's working. it's showing you what it's doing. Next up, it's going to ask here, move Nuxt.js files to root. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Hit enter. All right, so here we go. You can start the development server with npm run dev. I'm going to hit plus right here for a new terminal and npm run dev. Let's see what happens. So localhost, I think I already have something else running on 3000 port apparently. And here we go. So we have our little app up and working. Welcome to Nuxt. This means that the app is installed. We have it ready to rock. Okay, so now the next step here is you want to make sure within Cursor, if we go over here to the chat area and we go to Open Chat Settings and we come over here to Tools and Integrations. This is where your MCP servers exist, and you can see we have Figma right there. Also Supabase, which we may or may not end up using for this project. We'll see. But we want to make sure that this is installed. And if you want to know how to install it, I actually have a video already separately on how to install it. It's really quickly. It's just click add new MCP server, and then there's like a little code you paste in. But anyhow, make sure that that is ready to rock as well. I'm going to actually use the Cursor chat for this step instead of the Claude Code terminal, and that's because I was having a hard time getting the MCP server working here on the Windows 11 with Figma and Claude Code. So it does work and it's connected with my chat up here. So depending on when you're watching this, maybe it's an easier integration, but I'm going to specify the prompt right up here in the chat and Cursor. I'm using agent mode Claude 4 Sonnet. So the first thing you need to make sure is go over here, make sure that the frame, the entire desktop frame is selected. All right, I'm going to just drag this off to this side of the screen. And then over here, I'm going to go ahead and specify the prompt for it. So essentially, I'm going to, let's make this larger. I'm going to say, I've selected a layout in Figma, use the Figma MCP server to accurately create the selected design. Now, another thing that's going to be important is if I come back over here is you can give it more specific instructions. Like for instance, let's say this right here where it says what is an interest or hobby that you enjoy. We're going to ask it to treat that as a floating label. So a floating label is when you click on and focus in this text field right here. This will kind of move up and kind of like get smaller. That way you always see, you know, what's happening. So with it selected still, I'm going to specify, and by the way, the name of that is called the hero. I'll be referencing the actual names, like so like this is hero CTA, the CTA container, and then text field right there. So now I'll go ahead and specify that little requirement. So I'll say, make sure that the text label inside of the text field is treated as a floating label. So when someone clicks or presses, focuses on the text field, that label will reduce in font size and shift, or animate above the text field. Something like that. Also, we'll say these cards down here should be bound to the bottom of the viewport, or in other words, they'll always stay to the bottom of the web page, or depending on whatever device you're on. We'll call it the viewport. Basically, it means browser. And so we can give it that instructions as well. Also, make sure that the footer cards are bound to the bottom of the viewport. Okay. So with that said, I'm going to make sure that this is up. We want to make sure that frame is selected, desktop, when we hit enter. And let's go ahead and do so. Here we go. So now it's going to think about what to do. It's planning. First, need to check what tools are available to me related to Figma. So the Figma MCP server is enabled. It should have access to that. It's kind of looking at the overall project structure. However, okay, so now what's bad is it's saying it doesn't have access to the Figma MCP server. So I'm going to go over here to chat settings because I did end up restarting this. Let's see here. Tools. There we go. So I'm going to do this and then just turn it on and off. And then now I can click back up here and start that again. So now I'll close this and hopefully this time it's actually going to work. There it goes. So it says calling get code right there. That means it has access to the MCP server. So get code means it's probably getting all the token information, the variable styles, all that stuff that we define. Get image is a screenshot that it automatically generates. So now it's just saying it has access to all that, and pretty soon it might actually install something like Tailwind CSS, which is fine. And I noticed it just said that real quick. Tailwind CSS is a very popular sort of CSS library. Now it's starting to create the HTML markup along with the Tailwind markup based on the selected design in Figma. And there we go. This is it. Yeah, it's not perfect. There's a couple things that we need to definitely fix. Look at that. That worked. So if I zoom up right here, kind of see this a little bit more so, that's the floating label that we told it to implement. And if we didn't tell it to implement it, then it would have done it, chances are. So that's very cool. That works perfect. This top up here is not centered, this area. Again, we can enter a follow-up prompt. Let's see if these are bound to the bottom at all. They are. This is exactly what I wanted. So far, so good. Of course, this is breaking because it's we have scroll bars down here because there's a bunch of those. What we'll probably do is end up removing all of them except for one, just for placeholders until we get real data attached to it. The logo obviously needs to be updated based on the logo that we have in Figma as well. It kind of literally just made its own logo, which is funny. So let's get those few things fixed up. So the first thing is to get this centered, right? So we want the navbar section to be centered. So what I'll do is switch here to node. Please center the navbar. If I enlarge the viewport, let me get up a little bit closer here. On a 4K monitor, the entire navbar, logo plus menu, stays fixed to the left. All right, so let's go ahead and hit enter. What does that say? It said, initially before processing it said pontificating. What is that? All right, so what we can do is look at this. There we go. Guess what? It's fixed. All right, so next up, now we can go back to Figma. We want to select the logo and export it. So the logo SVG is the actual layer. Come over here and we'll choose export, make sure SVG is selected, export logo SVG. Now when I do that, I'm going to go to my code folder, SideBling. Let's see here. Trying to determine where I want to put this, the logo in like the assets. I'll go back to cursor and I will ask, what folder should I place assets such as a logo SVG? Don't make code adjustments. All right. All right, so it's saying in Nuxt.js, you place assets like a logo in a public folder at the project root. All right, so let's just put in a new folder ourselves. Right click, new folder, public, and then we'll switch back to Figma, and there we go. So that I did that step to show you if you're not sure about something, just ask, the LLM. So export, we're gonna go to my code, SideBling, public, We'll call this logo.svg, all lowercase, hit enter. All right, so now we can say, replace the logo that is currently in the nav bar with the logo inside of /public logo.svg. All right, so it has the logo now right here, ready to rock. It's not clickable. That's something we could fix afterwards. But yeah, this is a very good first start right here. I like the scale of everything. The scale looks good. Of course, we'll fix this. We'll make those like a rotating marquee of sorts. They'll slowly kind of scroll on by once we have actual data to work with. The next thing what we're going to do is I want to, in this video, do a little bit of development work. I want to get OpenAPI integrated. And then I also want to get this functioning, this little text field with the submit button, so that once we click on it, then it's going to give us some results. It's not going to be designed for yet because we haven't created the design, but I just want to see what type of results it's going to give us because I haven't built this yet. Like I have no clue. Hopefully it'll be able to do what we want. So what I'll do is go back here, and I had to restart everything because it froze after that previous logo fix attempt. So if I go back to Claude, and I'll go ahead and specify, this would be a good time to run the init command, by the way, now that we actually have a project in here. So I'm going to hit init, and this creates a Claude markdown file, MD file. So it's going to analyze the code base structure and architecture and do all this other stuff. And essentially, whenever you start a new chat, it's going to check that file so it understands kind of what's happening with everything going on here. What's cool is it says it already knows like the purpose of the app based on the home page. All right, so if we click on Claude, this is the actual file, project overview. Now we can edit this if we want right here, or you can also do it through a command in Claude Code down here in the terminal. Okay, so now the next part is we want to integrate OpenAI API so that we can then be able to start using that text field with the call to action submit button on hero section. So now I'm going to say integrate OpenAI would be one such example. All right, let's hit enter. So here's the tasks that Claude Code is breaking this down. Install the OpenAI SDK dependency, create API route for OpenAI integration, environment variables, update UI to display generated business ideas. Now the UI it creates we may not end up using. So now it's specifically focusing, I already installed the OpenAI SDK, create API route. So it's going through all these. So do you want to make this edit? Yes, and don't ask again. There we go. All right, it appears as though it is done. So now we're just going to go ahead and take a look at how we get the OpenAI API keys and set up with the environment variables. All right, so I did exactly that. I renamed my environment variable from .example to just .env. I put in the API key. This was super simple to follow the process. It literally takes like 60 seconds. And then now it's time to actually test it. Enter an interest or hobby. Click show me the money. You should receive 8 to 12 business ideas. So I didn't even test this yet. We're going to see if it works. Notice how this is already like grayed out. I didn't ask it to do that, by the way. I don't know why it did that. You wouldn't want that behavior, so I would tell it to remove that. So an interest or hobbies. Let's just do, I like reading romance novels and see what happens. Show me the money. Generating. So this is where I would normally kind of get rid of the UI right here and have like a loader of some sort. But, okay, so there we go. It did exactly what we want. Yes, it's broken and ugly as hell, I know. But it did what we want. So for instance, romance book curator, create a subscription box service that delivers curated romance novels to subscribers, a reviewer, writing workshop host, personalized romance novel writer, a book club organizer, a podcast host, a novel editor, romance novel cover designer. So these are all a bunch of just, different ideas. It came up with 12 of them. And now it's going to be up to us to format and structure this data into a comprehensive UI that will then allow people to dig in further to each one of these ideas with another API call. So one thing I forgot to do though in the previous video is get GitHub set up for this so that we can commit our changes. There's a few ways that you can do this within Cursor as well as Claude Code, but I'm going to do it kind of like a manual approach just for now. So that means I'm going to get a new repo name set up here for this project. One will be, we'll just call it SideBling, and then I'm going to go ahead and make this private and then create the repo by clicking that. All right. Now, you're going to want to make sure you have Git installed and kind of initialized and logged in with your credentials already if you haven't yet in order to follow this process. So I'm going to run just some of those commands that were on that previous screen, git init, and we're going to git add all right here, and then git commit initial commit, git, and then branch -m main, and then I'll just go ahead and copy the next step right here, and then git push u origin main. All right, so now if we go back here and we refresh this, you'll see we have our code all set up, ready to rock. Okay, so now what we want to do is in one of these PowerShell terminals, what we'll do is run npm, I think it's npm start, or it's either npm run dev. Okay, it's run dev, and that way we can get kind of what we have created so far up and running in the browser. And so while this runs, we see this little next starter here. Momentarily, it's going to load up. And we're just going to real quickly just enter a hobby just so we can see the exact current state of the app. All right. So what is an interest or hobby that you have? I like reading romance novels. Let's try a different one this time. I'm going to say I like playing 9-ball in pool. Show me the money. So right now what it's doing is it's going to connect with OpenAI, ChatGPT essentially, the API that gives us, and it's going to return a list of up to 12 different ideas and ways to monetize it. Now I only asked it just to spit it out. I didn't tell it what to design. That's why it's all broken. But as you can see right here, we have all these different ways to monetize: pool tournament organizer, pool coaching service, a queue maker, a pool hall reviewer influencer, a mobile pool table setup, a business consultant. So there's a bunch of different things, and this is just only one step of the process. Now what I want to do though, looking at this process and what kind of happened here, is when we click show me the money, nothing really happens. There's no kind of loading indicator of any sort. You're just kind of stuck there waiting. And so in this video, I kind of want to tackle that. And there's several different things that we can do. So the first thing I want to do is probably hide this entire form when a person clicks on show me the money. And it will also hide these cards down here, which are just kind of hard coded right here. Eventually we'll get rid of those entirely. And I think it would be cool to use something like the GreenSock animation platform, otherwise known as the GSAP acronym, which is just an animation platform based on JavaScript that makes animating and doing complex sort of sequence-based animations easy. And we'll have AI, of course, and Claude Code do that for us. And in terms of integrating it, first installing it, and then also in terms of writing the code, and we'll instruct it what to do and how to hide and animate those elements out. And then we will integrate and design in Figma a little animation sort of like loading screen that's supposed to show up while this stuff is happening. So that's going to be the focus of this video. And I haven't already done this already, so I'm doing this off the cuff right here live. So the first thing we'll do is we're going to launch Claude Code here inside of Cursor. And I'm going to go back here and just type in Claude. All right. So now what we'll do is I'm going to tell it specifically to install GSAP, Green Sock Animation Platform. All right. So it's been installed and now we're ready to rock. So at this point, now what I can do is structure a command in which we can tell it very specifically how to use GSAP in order to hide various UI elements upon click of that call to action button. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to go back and I'm going to refresh and I'm going to hit Control-Shift-I and we're going to kind of just take a look at how we want things to be structured. So for instance, when somebody clicks, show me the money. All right, how do we want this area to hide as well as these cards? All right, so if I look at the markup here, I could see that we have this overall, we have several div elements that appear to be kind of like nested into each other. So here's the first one. Now what I think would be cool is if we make this kind of like a clipping mask, a clip mask right here, layer, then we could take this element inside of it. If I zoom up, you can kind of see this one right here. We can kind of just animate it on the y-axis and push it down out of view, essentially. So that would be one way to tackle this. So we need to be able to reference this right here, this class specifically, and add one like our own custom CSS class to this so that it knows, what we're talking about. So what I'll do is just kind of copy this. Here, let me hit escape real quick. I'm going to hit my print screen tool. Okay. Now what we could do is just grab that screenshot and drag it right here and then go ahead and reference that by specifying the actual prompt, So what we'll say is when someone clicks on the hero section CTA to submit the form, use GSAP to hide, or I guess you could say move the selected div element from the attached screenshot down and out of view on the y-axis. This means that its parent container div element should have overflow hidden. See, this is where it helps to have some CSS knowledge in order to, make what you want to happen, increase the chances of it working, essentially. Another thing I'll mention in here is this as well, which is outside of that div element. This example text section, if I just zoom up here, you'll kind of see it where it says, I like reading romance novels. We'll want to go ahead and move that, or maybe just do an opacity fade at the same time. So yeah, let's see here. The example text section beneath it should fade out at the same time. All right, so we're going to hit enter and we're going to see what happens. And so we'll be able to test this out, read files. Yes, that was a screenshot. Add overflow hidden to its parent container. And the reason we want to do overflow hidden, by the way, is because when it moves that element down and out of view, you want it to disappear. And so its parent div element, if it has overflow hidden attached to it via CSS, then you're not going to see anything that extends outside of the bounds of that div element. All right, let's see how this worked. I'm expecting it, maybe to have issues. We'll see. So testing, I'll just put I like reading. You know, I'm not really interested in the response. There we go. It worked. That's exactly what I wanted. So it's probably going to spit out some text here maybe in a second. I'm not sure. Yeah, there it goes. So now we're going to do the same thing, except we're going to ask it to do a sequence animation on these cards. Now, I know these cards down here, they're hard-coded. They're just replicated. They're not set up correctly. But I'm going to have it do that anyways. And so I understand what GreenSock animation platform is capable of. Again, this is where it helps to understand some of the technical stuff. So if you're a vibe coder who has no technical experience, like understanding HTML, CSS, JavaScript, you're going to have a hard time, you know, really polishing these apps. That's why it makes sense to learn some of this. So what I'll do is, you know, these are referred to as, if I grab this down here, this container, as the footer cards. All right, so that's how we're going to reference them. Now, also animate with GSAP via a stagger animation. A stagger animation means if there's multiple elements found, like all those cards, like there's 8 or 12 of them or whatever, it will do a sequence-based animation, a stagger animation, where all the cards will animate how we tell it to, but we'll have an offset, so that they're not all animating at the same time. Instead, there will be a specific duration which we can specify, an offset from when however many it found will animate sequentially. So you'll see what I mean here in a second. So now also animate with GSAP via a stagger animation. Make the stagger delay something very quick, like 0. I don't know, 1. So and also animate the GSAP with GSAP via the footer cards section. Find all of the cards inside of the footer card section and animate those on the y-axis with its parent container having overflow hidden as well when someone clicks on the hero CTA button. All right, let's go ahead and enter that. All right, let's check it out. I think we're ready to rock here. I like reading books. Let's show me the money. Ah, yes, I love it. It worked exactly as I wanted it to. Of course, we have that scrolling issue. We'll fix that later. But now this stuff's going to show up any second. There we go. One thing I'm kind of frustrated about is this white section. Why is that there? Well, I can tell you right now, it's because let's take a look at the HTML. We got the body section. The body element needs to have that green background color itself. So what I'll do is reduce this and just say, give the body element a green, no, the primary green color that is currently on the HTML selector. That way we don't have that issue where it's kind of cut off like that. I mean, again, we're not using this layout. That was just for us to see that it was working and communicating with OpenAI. So now momentarily, there we go. So it fixed it, it updated it automatically. Okay, let's take a look at that one more time. I like reading books. To see what we imagine when we envision showing up in place of this stuff moving out for a loader, for like a loading sequence sort of thing. So I'm thinking we could probably use something like Rive to create a cool little loading section here while it's waiting, you know, while we're waiting on it to return these ideas, which should show up momentarily. Unless there is an issue. Sometimes I guess it could take a little bit longer than normal. There we go. So that's why it's very important to create, you know, to make the visitor feel, you know, like there's stuff happening, right? All right, we're gonna go here in Figma now, and we're gonna create the loading screen design. So I'm just going to Shift Alt and move that over, a duplicate, and we're going to call this loading screen. All right, and we're just going to get rid of all this stuff here, and I'm going to hit T, and I'm going to say thinking. All right, I'm going to type thinking rather. I'm going to break that connection there real quickly. And one thing I will do is right click this. Let's just duplicate that for a second. Move that over there. I'm going to right click and flatten it. That means it's converting it to vector essentially. It's no longer editable text. So if I have this thinking stuff here, this type, this is something that we could potentially work within the branding. And what I mean specifically by that is right here. See these two eyes, the dots on the eyes? We can make those, we could play off this little, like the glare, the bling glare, you know, glistening off jewelry, whatever. And we can use that, and we can, you know, kind of have those right here on the two eyes. And then we can animate those, you know, real quickly with something like Rive, like I said, kind of going back and forth, maybe hopping back and forth. And that would be a cool sort of relevant, you know, in terms of branding, loading graphic that would show up. So before we get to that step, I'll take this type and I'll say something like gathering ideas. Now, how do we want this situated? Do we want to just center it up? Probably makes the most sense. To get better typographic visual hierarchy, we will maybe make this regular, gathering ideas. And then we can have these two things kind of moving back and forth while it is, you know, thinking. Okay, so what we need is like little glaring little things. So what we can do is go to icons, just right click up here, go to plugins rather, and then go to iconify. And I think I'm not sure if they were going to have something like this already. Like if I type in glare, there's probably not anything like that. If I type in bling, yeah, there's kind of something like this. These actually could potentially work. Let's put one of these in and just kind of see what this looks like. So what I'll do is we'll double click. I don't want the second one. And what's cool is this is kind of like the AI sort of, you know, unofficial sort of AI shape. So that works anyways because this is an AI service. And this is a nice simple type of glare, I guess you could say. So now what I'll do is just double click here. We'll get rid of both of these. And I'm going to take this, you know, something like that. Replicate this, maybe make this like different. These are going to be spinning, I think, and kind of like going back and forth. Yeah, I think that would be real cool. Okay, so what I'll do now is we're going to put our Rive hat on. Yes, I don't have a Rive hat, but if I did, I would put it on. So I'm going to type in rive.app. Now, some of you probably have never heard of Rive. You have no clue what the hell it even is. I've done a lot of Rive, especially earlier in this year, in 2025. And what it is basically is it lives in a canvas element in HTML, and it's a way to build animations and also user interfaces. It's really powerful, and it's multi-platform, meaning it works on web, it works in games like in Unity and Unreal, it works everywhere. And it's just super easy to create animations for websites basically, because it has like a timeline editor. If any of you heard of Flash from way back in the day, it's kind of like that, except a modern version. So that's going to be, you know, the perfect place to do this little loading animation. So I'm going to log in here. All right, so I'm going to hit new file. Now the size of our file, we can always just create the artboard and then adjust it as needed. So now what we want to do is go back here. I'm going to rename these layers. We'll just call this glare. That's a glare. All right. We'll take those 3, and then I will export them. PNG, this makes sense to use SVG for these. We're going to export those 3 layers. I'm going to go to code. Actually, I'm not going to put this in code directly because we're not going to be using these files for, the actual code. So I'm going to put, we'll go to desktop, SideBling temp, and then just save that. All right. So now if I go back to my Explorer here, my folders, I will look at that file off the side of the screen. You don't see this part yet. All right, so we have our 3 SVG files right there. Now we're going to bring back Rive, and I'm going to take those 3 and just drag them in. There we go. Now we can take thinking, and now we can adjust this only to the size that we really need. I want to fix some of the letter spacing here. It's kind of off in some of these areas. Now what I could do is, let's go back here. Well, for now I'm going to leave it like this. I'm going to probably position this right around here. And this dog, hopefully you can't hear her. She's a tiny little long-haired chihuahua, and she's like making these honking, snorting noises. Okay, anyway, we're going to go back to assets. We're going to take glare. Put that right there. Now notice how this anchor point is in the upper left. Well, we want to fix that, and we want to make sure that it is in the middle. So to do that, we're going to hit Y on the keyboard, and then just move this in right there, and then to the center. All right, that's what we want. Hit done. And that's important because when we rotate this, now it's going to rotate from the center rather than up on the left corner. It wouldn't work in terms of like what we want to achieve essentially. So now that we have that glare, we can duplicate that with Control D and kind of move it over here. All right. So additionally, just for the purpose of this design, I want to go back and we're going to grab this color right here, this BG panel color. It's copied to the clipboard automatically when you do that. So now when I go back, I'll give it this color. In the end, we will disable the background color for the artboard because we won't need it. It could just be transparent. So now that we have that, we want to switch to the animate section right down here. And under timeline 1, we can now animate each of these glares. Okay, so I'm trying to think, how should we animate this? I would like it to animate on an arc, kind of. And so to do that, I think we will switch back to the Design tab, and we need an arc, basically. So I'm going to take the pen tool, left-click kind of in the center. I'm going to zoom up so you can see this. Left-click right here, kind of like where the center is, and then left-click right there, and then drag out kind of like an arch like this. Now I'm going to hit Escape. And we don't want this to be visible, so we're going to hide the fill right here by hitting minus. All we want is the arch. So this custom shape, I'm going to name that to arc, A-R-C, just right there. It may have to be on the path itself, so I'll name that arc as well. And then under glare and glare 2, for glare we'll just do glare right there. We want to add a constraint. So you click plus and we do follow path. Now when you hit follow path, you can see it right there. We hit the settings and then we target. You click on target and you choose arc. So now if you change this distance variable or percentage value, look how it's going back like there. Very cool. So let's just leave that back at 0. And we'll do the same thing for this one. So constraints, we do a follow path. Settings here, target is the arc path. And then now we can adjust this over here to like 100%. And now we have this set up. So now if we go back to the animate tab and we select glare, we'll create the first animation. And for that to work, all we're going to do is set a animation on the distance property. So that means right there, you click this little rectangle, I guess you could say, and it adds it blue, and that means it adds a keyframe right there at 0. Then we'll maybe go to 20, and then we'll make this 100. Okay, so now if we go back, that's what the animation looks like so far. It's kind of stupid. Now I want it to rotate as well, so back at keyframe 0, we'll add a keyframe at rotation. All right, then we go back here, and we can add a keyframe and just put 360 for that value. So now it should be rotating, except it's not. Let's think here. All right, so what you have to do is go back to the Design tab, turn off Orient, then go back to Animate, and now it's flipping. All right, sweet. Now this is a little fast, so I'm going to change the playback speed to like 0.3. And when you do that, there we go. Now we can also turn on like easing and stuff. So if I take both of these, right click, or not right click, it's over here, sorry. Now we can select this one, and it's going to affect, there we go. I like how it's nice and smooth now. And we'll just like do the same thing except opposite for the other glare. So we take this one, and what we could do, I'm thinking, is just to copy these two keyframes, then click on this one, paste those, and then just kind of reverse those for glare 2. So I'm just going to move those and reverse the keyframes. Now it doesn't look like the rotation is being applied to that, and the reason is because we have to also go back to the Design tab, click there, and turn off Orient. All right, so now if I zoom out, that is so cool. So now we need this to loop though. So we come over here and we change this to loop. All right, and then we want to change the duration essentially. And so the duration, we want it to go from this value just to like 25 or so. There we go. So now your information should look like this, your data for that panel. So now it's just going to keep on going back and forth. All right, that's kind of cool. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but this works. So now that we have that, the next step is to hide. Go back to the Design tab, select the artboard, hide the background so it'll be transparent. And now what we can do is hit export, export for runtime, and this is going to be for WebJS, or rather React. We could use that. Export your Rive file. It's going to download a .riv file. You can see mine's named Untitled too. So I'm just going to copy that and then go back to our project in our code folder. So we're going to SideBling, and then public, we're going to put in that Rive file. Now it's only 5.5 KB, which is crazy. And we're going to rename this to loader. Yes. Okay. So now we're going to go back to Claude Code and Cursor, and we're going to structure the following prompt. We're going to say, I've included a new file called loader.riv rather, a Rive file, which should show up in the middle of the UI after someone clicks the hero section CTA button. It should fade in after that CTA button is clicked, and then it should fade out once the OpenAI API has a response for us. All right, so I think that should be sufficient. Let me make sure that that is named correctly. So it's public loader.rive. All right, and I should go up here and mention real specifically, it's in public. There we go. So let's give this a shot. So it knows obviously to install the Rive app canvas element, which is necessary in order for it to work with Rive files. And this loader graphic we'll probably be able to use in other areas of the app. All right, let's give it a shot. So far, we've done real well today with no issues. So let's give it a shot. Let's say I like reading books about cars. I don't know why. I can't think of it. Oh, yes, it worked. Yes, I like it. Okay, I would like it to be a little bit larger. And it would probably be cool if they kept on spinning, you know. And then guess what? It showed up. Yeah, it hit itself. One thing I forgot to do is do the thinking text. We can do that inside of here real quickly. So what I'll do is just kind of extend that out a little bit lower. What I will do also is bring that back just so we can see what's happening. I'm going to type in generating ideas. I want to come up with something better than generating ideas. I'm going to do something that's kind of like more edgy. Maybe not edgy. Maybe that's not the right word. Something like, you're about to make so much money. False advertising. Let's see here. Gathering bling-worthy ideas. I kind of like that. It's so stupid, but I do like it. So, yeah, that looks pretty good. I think that's... Yeah, I like that. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and right-click, and we're just going to convert this, flatten to shape rather. Hit flatten. Now I'll go back here and just hide that. We will export this again. Okay, so now I've updated that with this one. And I do want it to be a little bit larger than what showed up here. So I'm going to go back to Claude, and I'm going to specify, make the Rive loading graphic about 150% larger than what it currently is. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and give this a shot one more time. I like playing guitar. There we go. Yeah, I like this. This works well. Kind of works with the blingy theme or whatever. Zoom up here. It's going to hide, and there we go. So obviously we're going to improve this part. This is going to be the next video because this one's already lengthy. In terms of getting this layout structured to where they can then drill down into each specific idea with AI and get another response from OpenAI. And we'll also try to integrate an API or two, maybe from like YouTube, or about relevant videos, about, you know, how they can tackle these things, and also maybe to return maybe job, like a job place, like where people can, they can hire people to help them, you know, learn these tasks. I'm not sure yet, but that's what we're going to focus on next. Real quickly, what you would want to do once you you knock out a feature like this is make sure you push that to GitHub in order to, you know, store the work and make sure everything is ready to rock. And additionally, if we go back here, you know, we'll want to update, or you have it update your Claude MD file with the new feature that we've just integrated in order to describe it and make sure everything is, you know, working and makes sense. So what I'll do is come back here, git add all, git commit -m, integrated loading sequence, git push, and there we go. And then if we go back here to Claude, and if we wanted to update the Claude MD file for us, then we can specify the hash sign. And notice it says add to memory, try always use descriptive variable names. So what I'll say is describe the feature, the loading feature that we just implemented, and also the fact that we integrated GSAP. Let's see what this does. I haven't used this before. So this would be project memory. I think that's what we'll save right there. Number 1. Now it says saving project memory. So now if we click on Claude, added a loading feature to improve user experience during idea generation and integrated GSAP for smooth performant animations. There we go. So this looks like garbage, of course, and our goal now is to actually design a layout for this part in the next step. And so that means we're going to be working here within Figma in order to set it up properly for the Figma MCP server, so that then we can use Cursor and Claude to communicate with that MCP server to get that layout realized in the browser. So here we are with the Figma document, which by the way you can grab in the description of this video. And this is kind of where we left off. You know, we have this design right here that we created. We have the loading section, and now we have to design that next screen once those ideas are presented. So I'm going to take this, hold Shift Alt, and just duplicate this, and we'll call this here, I'll just call this initial prompt results, okay? Because we're going to be prompting this thing multiple times. So now, the goal here, now remember, if we go back and we look at that list, right here we just have, you know, what was it, 12 different ideas, right? The ways that they can monetize this interest. Knitting podcast hosts, somebody who likes to talk. See, these are pretty good ideas. Audio knitting patterns, what the hell is that? Well, anyway, so we have to think to ourselves as UI designers, UI UX designers, putting your UI UX hat on, how do we want to present this? Because really, if they find something they like, for instance, like knitting audiobook narrator, all right, and it shows them the description right here. Well, obviously that's not going to give them that much information. It just has a description and it's like, okay, what now? So there's going to be a button that allows them to reestablish communication with OpenAI in order to learn more about how they can actually pursue this as a, you know, a side gig of sorts. And the reason I didn't do that and include that with the initial prompt is because it would be massive. I mean, we have 12 different ideas and we'd have to, you know, generate a guide for each one of them. We don't want to do that. We want to tackle this in like a multi-step approach. So how is this UI going to look? Are we just going to have 12 different cards sitting there with a button on each, or what? All right. So I kind of came up with an idea, and we're going to try to make this thing a reality. All right. So what I'm going to do first and foremost is take the height of this down just a bit, just to give ourselves a little bit more room to work with. And what we're going to do is we're going to put in the initial prompt, like whatever they entered in this text field right here. We're going to put that at the top. All right, so I'm going to paste this in, and then we're just going to put in a fake one, something like, quote, I like playing live action role-playing games. Okay, that's probably many people's hobbies, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to disconnect that. We're going to bump this up maybe to like 36. And we're just going to center this with our alignment tools right there. And now that it's centered, underneath this, we're going to have kind of like a big card section in the middle. And we are not going to show all 12. Instead, I thought about this long and hard. I think it would make sense to have people filter through them in almost like a carousel format. That way they're not just glazing over and not taking each one seriously. I think that's a good UX pattern if we really want to try to get the most out of this service. So the way we'll do this is we already have some patterns established, like these cards down here with the borders. So I'm going to take one of those and just copy that and then just paste it right here. And now I'm going to go ahead and just kind of disconnect the auto layout that's applied to it right here. You just press that. Now there's no longer auto layout. Now we can kind of freely, work with it easier. I'm also going to go ahead and just delete these two items by double clicking into them. And then I kind of want this to go almost the full width of our layout. Because remember, the width of the layout right here is specified from the very left of the logo. Just imagine a column being there. And then to the very right of the navigation. So instead of going all the way out here on desktop to the very left and right, I'm going to bring it in just a bit. And then we'll be able to put to the left and right side of it little next and previous buttons to filter through each idea that it came up with. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead. Let's just take this type right here and just copy and paste it. And let's get it inside of here. And we're going to put in one of the titles for one of the 12 ideas, right? So one of them could be a LARP, live action role playing, right? Event organizer. Now, it's a good thing to talk about what's called typographic visual hierarchy. These two items, these pieces of text are the same exact size, right? So you're not sure where you should look first. Well, that's what typographic visual hierarchy is. I would say this is the most important thing, this title, not this one, because they already entered that, whatever. They're trying to look for ideas and how to make money on the side. So this is the first idea. This is the title of the first idea. So we are going to increase the font size. Notice how once we make it larger, your eye is more drawn to it. Okay, so we're going to put that right there. And then above it, we're going to put like a little tag of sorts. And it's going to say like idea 1 of 12. Idea 1 of 12. All right, again, typographic visual hierarchy. Does it make sense to make this little tag the same size? Hell no, it's going to be a lot smaller. So let's take a look at what we currently have with our type over here, our established type settings. So we have CTA type at a size 18, 20. Let's think if that's a good size. I think that's probably good right there. And then I also want to wrap it in a frame. Hit F. And then just wrap it around there. Now you can't see it because the frame by default doesn't have any type of fill or stroke. But we can add one. So we can add this stroke right here. And we'll give this a little bit of border radius. Like say 3. And we'll put that right there. Now for the border radius as well, like right here, if we click on this, do we already have, okay, tag border corner radius. Let's use that. That makes sense. Now what about the font size here? We already have the CTA type. Good. All right. So these small things matter in case you haven't followed along through the other videos, because we need to make sure everything's defined through styles and variables as much as possible, because they are tokenized information. It's context that's passed to the LLM. Very important. Okay, so now that we have that, idea 1 of 12, I think I actually might change the color of the type itself where it says idea 1 of 12. It's not a very important piece of type, so I think we can change the type here. If we double click into this, and let's click right here, and let's see if we can get away with this color. Actually, I want one that's a little bit brighter than that, so I'm going to disconnect that, and then we're going to push it up. There we go. So I'm going to save this as a new color variable called extra bright green, like that. Create variable. Now we have our variable attached. Okay. So far, so good. Now we have to also account for the idea that some of these titles might be large and they may be multi-line. So for instance, LARP event organizer who makes money by whatever. Now you see once we got to that second line how the type got screwed the heck up. Well, that's bad. So you want to make sure that we have our line height set properly, and then that way that information is conveyed accurately to the MCP server. All right, so let's also take a look at the typographic styles. What size is this? 62? We don't have inside of our text styles anything that's close to that size. So we're going to create a new one. So we'll hit plus, and we're going to put in, I guess we'll call this card headline. Create style. Great. All right, so that's good. I actually don't want to have this multi-line though, but we are prepared for it now that we could possibly have it. And then we're going to put the description as well. And the description I'm talking about is this one right here, like where it says description, and then it's just a couple sentences. And that's what the AI was informed to return, just a few sentences. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and we'll copy this type, Shift Alt, drag down, and then let's go ahead, disconnect that, go back to our topography, and kind of see what makes sense. We have Navim, a 2220. We don't want this to be bold though, so let's disconnect that one. Let's try CTA type 20. That's bold as well. Let's disconnect that. We may have to make just some new type here, like card title is probably, yeah. So let's go ahead and make a new one, a new text style once we get this dialed in. So again, this goes back to typographic visual hierarchy. How big should this type be? Well, it's a paragraph, so it shouldn't be that big. It should be significantly smaller than the headline, which is, I think, around 62 or so. So for me, let's try 22, but make it regular. All right. So in terms of a actual title, let's just go ahead and copy one of these descriptions, even though it doesn't really match up with the concept. So now let's put this provide, and let's also increase line height way too close. And you just kind of, for me, I just kind of like eyeballing it in terms of what makes the most sense. And what I will do is I will kind of get these kind of situated where I want them to be, what makes the most sense in terms of visual or vertical, I guess you could say white space or negative space between these elements. I think it makes sense to put these two more close together and then put this a little bit further away. Okay, I think that's pretty decent right around there. Don't worry, we're going to end up auto laying out all this stuff once we have it actually designed. When I have the final design, that's when I start adding auto layout, because then otherwise with auto layout many times in different manners, you're constricted in terms of how you can move things around. So now that we have that, we're going to kind of do like a skeleton little UI thing underneath here, because remember, the only two pieces of information that we get for each one on this initial prompt is the title and a description of a way that they can monetize their idea. So for us, underneath here, I want to have a little Rive animation where it's a skeleton UI. So if you don't know what a skeleton UI is, you're about to find out. So I'm just taking, I hit O on my keyboard for the ellipse tool, hit Shift Alt, left click, drag out a perfect circle. And then I'm going to give this a color, the same background color, except make it slightly lighter. Now let's see if we actually have a color that makes sense here for that purpose, something slightly lighter. No, that's a little bit too, so we're gonna have to make another color style here. I think I kind of like that. It's a very low opacity. It's like a watermark, which is what I want. Before I add that to the styles though, let's keep on designing out the little skeleton UI. And I'll describe what this is in a second. So now I'm going to take just the rectangle tool and I'm going to drag out maybe something like a little title right here. These are supposed to emulate steps, by the way, like step 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's grab that same color. Let's bump up the corner radius to something really large. All right. And then we'll duplicate it, Shift Alt, left click, drag down. Maybe this goes all the way out. And maybe these both are the same size. So I'm making sure the height is even on the top and bottom. Okay. So now what I'll do is drag this here to the left, making sure everything is kind of even. There we go. So I'll group that up, duplicate it one more time. Okay. With that, now what we can do is add a button that is overlaid on top of it. And this button is going to say generate guide. All right. So that's how they're going to be able to drill down into this even more so. So I'm going to hit type, or T rather, for the type tool. I'm going to put generate guide. Now for this type style, the CTA type might be good. I may want to make that a little bit larger though. So let's go back here. CTA type, card title. Actually, card title is actually pretty good. So probably naming these a little bit different convention would make more sense, but that's fine. Let's hit the frame tool, wrap this in a button. All right, and the button will have a fill of white. We really want this to stand out. So visual hierarchy. We want this button to stand out. It's an actionable item. Therefore, we're going to make it really stand out well. So now the fill for the type, which they're both white, so that's why you don't see the type anymore, will be, let's see if we can take this one. Yeah, I think I like that color. It's called primary color. It's the blue color. I mean, the green background color. That will work out just fine. We'll take both of these layers, hold shift, or rather just select frame 2. And again, we're going to have to name all these layers here. I kind of like doing that stuff at the end. And we're going to specify, let's see here, an auto layout. Centered up, everything's good here by default. And then give it a little bit of corner radius, maybe like size 3. Now again, let's go back, size 4 rather, tag corner radius will work just fine there. Okay, so generate guide. Let's right click and go to plugins, go to Iconify, and let's type in for AI, and you'll see this right here, that icon. Let's drag that in, drag it into the auto layout to the left, and then give it for the selection colors. We're going to come to libraries and make it primary color right there. All right. So now let's take a look, one last look at the size of this button. Maybe increase the height a little bit by holding Alt, left click, and drag down. And we're pretty good. Okay. So I like that. We're going to add another piece of type underneath it. Now hit your bracket keys if you need to get to the front or the very top of the layers. Right, double click this, and we are going to specify in here just a little disclaimer that says this will provide you, let me zoom up, you with every bling worthy step required to pull this off. Okay. So let's center that, and I do want to make this smaller type. So let's see, we got that. Actually, I think that would probably work fine. I don't like the line height on this. So I think what I'm going to do is let's go out of here, and if you click anywhere outside, you'll see all the styles. So CTA type, I want to adjust the line height. It says 20. Let's try 24, 20 or 26. You can see that it's updating right here. All right, and then we could probably put that like right around there. Now we'll take both of them, holding shift, move this up. Okay, now let's do those little buttons where it says next idea over here and then previous idea over here. Oh, this doesn't look good, by the way, because it's not centered up. Let's see, is that in a auto layout? No, it's not. That would be why. So add that in auto layout. See if that looks for the side. There we go. Okay, this is looking pretty solid right here. Let's continue on with more type. So I'm going to take this type over here and just paste it on the outside, drag it over here. This color for temporarily, let's disconnect this. Let's just make it white so we can see it. This will say prev idea, as in previous. Hit frame. Let's add a button around it. This button, we're going to have a background color let's see. I think we're going to make it slightly lighter. So let's choose this one. And then this is going to be, the type is going to be, let's see if that is good or not. Okay, let's real quickly add the tag corner radius right here, which is 4. And I do want to real quickly, do we have a right arrow anywhere? No, we don't. So let's go to Iconify, go into here, type in right. I'll just take the first one and then drag it. Oh, that's not auto layout yet. So let's add auto layout onto that and then drag it to the left. Now this time I'm going to simply rotate it, holding shift. There we go. So for the selection colors, let's see here, fill, oopsie, that's not the right one. There we go. So now we go to fill and select that. Now one thing I want to do is take this, reduce this right there. I'm trying to get everything evened up as much as possible. You want to have equal white space on the left and right. So I'm just kind of adjusting these so that it's nice and kind of tidied up. There we go. All right. I might actually want to have a little bit larger corner radius for these. So let's adjust this. 6. I think that's better. So we have another one called inner, or text field, no. What was it called? Inner corner radius of 6. There we go. All right, so we have that. Let's duplicate this. And now we just have to do next. So let's take this, double click, and then just right click and drag it to the right. And then now we can adjust that. Change this to next. Now let's fix this stuff right here. There we go. Now, I know what you're thinking. What if like we're not on a desktop? Like this will get squashed, especially on like a phone. That's responsive design. So one of the things that we'll have to dictate, and by the way, this text is not readable enough, so we would need to make this maybe a little bit darker. So let's detach the primary color, because we don't have a darker one right now, and maybe come down here to that color. So now that we have that, let's add this, and we'll call this dark primary. All right, now we'll take this and do the same thing. This will be dark primary. Is that it? Okay. And now it's all screwed up. Why is that not working? Well, let me see. Oh, that's why. I didn't do the right one. Okay, sorry about that. We have to go back to just hit plus here. No, not plus. We take this and then hit plus. Sorry about that. This will be dark primary. Now, the reason it's not allowing me to change that, uh-oh, what happened? I think I hit something by accident. Okay, so the reason it's not allowing me to change that because that already exists in the color styles. Or the variables rather. So if I click the variables and I come over here, we're going to right click and delete that dark primary. Now we can come back here, click this, hit plus, call it dark primary. There we go. So now we come in and we select this. We're going to detach the old instance, which doesn't exist anymore, and now choose dark primary. Okay. So now we can go back and switch these as well. So this goes detached. Click on this, libraries, dark primary, and then same thing here, detach, libraries, dark primary. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Trying to think if I like this or not. If we can take both of these, we can start making maybe a little bit of adjustments on the size here. All right, that looks pretty good to me. Again, we may have to experiment with this. I'm not sure if I like the placement of these actual buttons. But what would be really cool though is to utilize, utilize Greenstock Animation Platform to create an animation when we click next idea and previous idea and all that good stuff. Okay, so there's going to be a screen after this. Let's move this up. And that screen will be once this has been generated. You know, this little guide, this in-depth guide. And that screen is going to depend on a bunch of, a different number of things. But I think before we get to that part, it's going to make more sense to kind of slow down here and make sure everything is named up and we tidy this portion up and we get it all ready to rock. So there's no, what do you call, auto layouts applied to this layout here or this layout here with, this is 3 columns, this is 1 column, this is the middle, and this is, so we need to set this up correctly if we wanted to knock this layout out. So what we'll do is, the way I do this is I'm going to approach this in multiple steps, and we start with this smaller steps first. So for instance, this is already in auto layout, but notice it's called frame 1 over here. Again, let's call this step tag. All right. Then we have this element, LARP event organizer. Again, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to double click this and name it. Name the layer to something that makes sense. Idea title. There we go. That doesn't change the text here. It just changed the title, and then that way this does provide context for the MCP server. So we want to name the layers. This will be card description. All right. So now we have these 3 things. It would make sense. So given the fact that we have this one here and then this one with a certain amount of white space between them, and then we have this type and this type with even more, we're going to approach this in 2 different auto layouts. The first one will be this tag in the title. So we select both, click the auto layout icon up here. All right, that's good. And then we select that auto layout plus this right here beneath it, and we will add another auto layout. All right, so now we have the ability to control this distance, but also we can double click into here and nail this distance as well. Okay, so let's take a look at the overall frame 6 it's called. Okay, so before we get to that, we have to figure out how we're going to deal with this section down here. So I wanted to use Rive in order to create an animation of these little things right here, and there'll be kind of like a mask where it kind of glows. We've all seen some of these, like on Facebook, like a skeleton UI that animates a little bit with like this mask effect on it. It's kind of hard to describe, but we're going to use Rive for that. So this whole section, this whole rectangle right here, from here to here, will be a Rive element, and then seated on top of it in HTML with absolute positioning, centering it, of course, will be these 2 elements. It will be the generate guide button with this description. So let's take a look at this, which is called frame 2. So let's just call this generate guide CTA, call to action. And then this right here is just going to be a guide disclaimer. Okay, now we'll take both of those and we will auto layout those. Okay, so next up, these 3 elements, like I said, that will ultimately be inside of Rive. I'm not going to include it because it's not going to be created through HTML and CSS. We're going to do that ourselves in Rive. So we don't need to even include this when we select this artboard and tell it to make all this stuff. So what I'll do is probably just replicate this, Shift-Alt, or just take it in Control-D. And I'm going to leave this one here like this, except this one at the top, I'm going to delete these. All right. And then what I can do is take a frame, left click and drag it all the way out. So now it is how it's basically a parent container of this element. So I'm going to call this, where it says frame 7, we'll just call this CTA section. And then I'll just call this one skeleton UI. All right, there we go. So now we take this and we take that, those two auto layouts, and then we create an auto layout out of those. All righty. Hopefully you're kind of getting the point now. Then what I'll do is I'll take the overall container with that frame 8, which, by the way, let's go ahead and name these. So this is, we'll call this idea container inner. Up here is going to be idea header. All right. Now we have this called card. So I think card would be fine for the name. Then we have to take this button, those three elements are all selected. Now, before we do this, let's go ahead and name this. This is going to be previous button. And then this one will be called next button. Okay. Now we take those three and we create an auto layout. Okay. We can center that up. There we go. Now this whole thing has auto layout applied to it. All right, so now what we want to do is we're going to take this initial prompt results section, replicate it, and we are going to design the screen that shows up after the guide has been generated. So I'm going to double click this and just delete it. Okay. So now we have this skeleton UI section. We're going to rename this here into something else. Actually, trying to think how I want to approach this. I think what I want to do is grab this one where it says idea container inner, and we will get rid of that auto layout section right there. All right, so if we drill down into here, let's see here, skeleton UI. What we want to put at the top here is the first thing that I wanted to generate is going to be like the earnings potential and then also like a competitive score. And we'll put those at the top. So I'm going to say earnings potential as kind of like a tag. All right, and this color, let's come over here, is going to need to be the brighter green, the extra bright green style that we created. And then I'm going to duplicate that. And actually, we might just duplicate this up here. Oopsie. There we go. And we're going to put in 500. Okay, that's a little bit too large. 5K. This might be like a per month type thing. Let's get rid of that type style. That's way too large. Let's see if we have one that's of suitable size. 26. No, we want something larger than that. Again, I'm looking at visual hierarchy. This needs to be larger than that. So we're going to come back to this. And one more time, give a check over here. We have 62, 20, nothing larger than 26 in our custom style. So let's eyeball this. I think a size right around there, 38 would be good. Kind of, yeah, that's good. All right, and then what we'll do is add that to a type style. So I'll call this, I'll just call this medium type. Good. And then we're going to put a tag underneath it, duplicate it. Per month. Per montha. What is that? All right. And let's disconnect that. Come to our type styles. Size 18. Might want to try something different. Yeah, the tag type. That's the one that we want. And we'll put this like right there. Now, I like to zoom out every now and then just to kind of get an idea of what things look like. Maybe put that down, just a bit more white space between description and the start of this section. Okay, next thing I will do is we'll take, we'll create our what do you call, our auto layout with those two elements selected, and then select this element as well, and then create another auto layout. Okay. And then we'll duplicate this. And then the next one will be kind of like a competitive score. So this will be based on like a score out of 1 from 10, 1 being like not very competitive, and then 10 being extremely competitive. We'll ask it to see if it can generate that for us. And I don't need a tag here. It would make sense to put a little question mark there, you know, to help people understand what is the competitive score. But for now, I'm just going to leave it like that. All right, that looks good. Next thing I'll do is we're going to make this a little larger. Double click into here, pull this down. Now I'll probably want these not to be centered like that. I want to keep them at the top. So we could just do that. And then I could push these down. Let's see here. So I think I'll just leave them at the top actually for now. Like that. Move this up here. Oh, this wasn't added to auto layout yet. That's just kind of for a reference down here. All right, for now I'm just going to leave it like that. And then we're going to have underneath it the actual step-by-step guide section. So what we'll do is let's go ahead and take this tag up here. Paste it over here. Let's see, let's go out of here. This section should be its own auto layout. There we go. This should be tied to the height. There we actually no. There, I'm getting rid of skeleton UI. There we go. So this is in auto layout. Is this in auto layout? Yes, it is. Okay, so that's good right there. The height of this should be, okay, so this doesn't have auto layout. Now it needs auto layout. There we go. Okay. All right, great. So the next part we'll include in that auto layout that we just created, but for now we're going to work outside of it. So this is going to be a tag, and it's going to say step 1, but it's going to be styled differently. It's not going to have a stroke. It will have a fill, and the fill color is going to be this, and then the inner color for the text, select that, is going to be the darker green right here. Okay, so that says step 1. Then we will take our type right here, copy it, just come outside of it. There we go. This will simply say establish event framework. So this will be the title of step 1. Let's get rid of that. That was size 62. Let's see if we have a more suitable. No, 26 is too small. Let's try, let's break that. There we go. Medium type. That'll work. All right. So now that we have that, that's good. Let's take this right here, the description, paste that, just drag that sucker down. There we go. Now, oh, by the way, this didn't have a style applied to for the type. So we're going to do, nope. Let's add our own. Let's just call this large paragraph. So we'll add that. Now, I think I'm going to make this type a little bit smaller because these steps might have a lot of text. So size 18, reduce the line height slightly, and we'll add this, and we'll just call this paragraph. So we'll add it. Paragraph. Great. Now, take both of these, auto layout, take this, auto layout. All right. So we can move this up. And then we will duplicate this. These will be just a few different steps essentially. And then underneath that, we're going to have another piece of type that says show all 10 steps, or however many steps it comes up with. And we will use our arrow, or our little right arrow, copy that, paste this. It is going to be white. There we go. Oh no, changed the wrong thing. There we go. Break that. We're going to choose white. There we go. And we're going to right click and just rotate that downwards. Take both of these elements, this and this. Why is that messed up? There we go. Now it's centered in its container. There. It's getting hard to select these. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and add that. Okay, show all 10 steps. Now let's see if is that a good size? I think we could probably adjust that to something higher, like just card title. There we go. And we'll center this up. All right, that looks good to me. And then we will have, let's see here. Underneath this, we'll have maybe some YouTube thumbnails that pull from the API that have to do with various topics, you know, maybe these various steps or something that have to do, you know, with this whole niche. Maybe we'll pull a number of YouTube videos. There's so many other things you could do. You can integrate other APIs from like hiring services, like if they want to hire people to help them or whatever. Yeah, so there's a lot that we could come up with. So the YouTube section down here is really just going to be cards, you know. So what I'm probably going to do is just take a frame and just make it empty for now. I don't think it really matters. I think we can probably nail this a little bit later, where it has like a YouTube thumbnail here, here, and here. So maybe there's going to be 3 columns and maybe like 2 rows, maybe 6 different videos it'll pull from, where, you know, they can just kind of learn more about whatever this is and learn more about the industry. I think that would be cool. So now what I'll do is just call this YouTube container for that frame. And now what we need to do is kind of get things situated here. So if we take these 3, we should put those into an auto layout. All right, it says frame 18. So let's adjust this. We'll put this, we'll call this steps container. All right, this is going to be step 1. And really, we don't need to put these other steps, like step 2 and step 3. But for our own visual reference, I'm going to leave them there. And again, I mean, we probably should make sure all these are correctly named. So frame 13, this would be like a step header. So what we can do is just delete these, duplicate those. Now those have the right as well, the right information. All right, so that is tied up. Now we want to take this step container and put this into that idea container inner section. So I'll just throw this right into there. Now it's putting it at the top, so we can left click and just drag this down. There we go. Now it's underneath where it needs to go. Then probably, let's see here. This show all 10 steps section. Let's maybe throw this. Let's name it. We'll just call this show more CTA. Call this icon. All right. This whole section can go inside of this down here, I believe, steps container. So where was that? Show more CTA, put it into steps container, except put it at the bottom. So drag it down here. Uh-oh. Let's just literally put it right there. And then go back to steps container and make sure we got centered up. Okay. I might want to, after, put a line divider right here, separate things out just a little bit more. But we can do that after the fact. There we go. Kind of separate it out a little bit more. And then down here, we have this empty container. All right, where it says YouTube container. And it would make sense to put that at the bottom of idea container. So now we put that just, let's see here, right here. There it is at the bottom there. Okay. All right, I think that here is pretty good. Kind of just checking everything here. So the height of this container should be, let's see, is this a auto layout? And I don't think it is. This one is. So height is set to hug, okay? And this one here, add auto layout, and it's set to hug by default, I believe. Yeah, perfect. All right, so there we go. That is what will show up. And we'll have all this stuff animate in, of course, once they essentially generate an idea, or generate the guide, rather. Okay, I had stepped away from the computer and came back, and I did not like the design where we had these on the upper, right and left. I decided to move them above the card like this, in this manner. So now that we have that, by the way, if you were, following along with the previous section, I just right-clicked and ungrouped that previous auto layout and just basically turned it off. And that way I could freely just move these buttons up on the left and right. With that selected, we'll just go ahead and right-click, or not right-click rather, but click on the auto layout option right here, and then select this one down here and add auto layout as well. And so now what we need to do in this video is take the, utilize the Figma MCP server to get this realized right here in the front end in the browser. So I've created a prompt, or I've written up a prompt here using Google Docs for now, just so you can more easily read it. And it is this. I've selected a frame side of Figma called card layout container. After OpenAI returns the list of ideas, and by the way, if you haven't seen that yet, this is the current state of the app so far. So what is an interest or hobby that you enjoy? I'm going to say, I like painting pictures of birds. Okay, show me the money. So we did this custom Rive animation right here. We made the UI kind of animate out, very fun stuff. And this is what it's currently giving us. This is not meant to be the design, it's just a response from OpenAI. And we're going to put each of these ideas into card format, like in the Figma document that I just showed you right here. And they can go through back and forth previous and next ideas. So after OpenAI returns the list of ideas, fade out the loading Rive file, which we saw where it said thinking. All of the ideas should not be shown at the same time as they currently are. Instead, we only want to show the first idea using the layout selected in Figma. You will see from the selected layout that there's a button for the previous idea and next idea. And when pressed, it should show the next or previous idea. And it tells them, just some guidelines about first and next. If we're on the first idea and the last idea, it should fade out those buttons to like 30% opacity. In the card frame, you will see a tag for idea 1 of 12. This should be dynamic based on the current idea and the numbers of ideas that it generated. And then there's a title, description, and a generate guide CTA button. We're not going to integrate functionality for that just yet. So we wanted to focus on just this part. I also want to knock out animation of each cards when they come in and out. I think that would be cool, some sort of like GSAP sequence animation. So what I'll do is just copy this, and we want to make sure a couple things. First, you want to go up here to your chat settings, tools and integrations, make sure the Figma MCP server is active and has that little green light right there. That means it's ready to rock. And let's close that out. And then we're going to paste this in here. No. Sorry. Rather, yes. We're going to paste this in the Cursor chat instead of using Claude Code. The reason being is because I haven't yet been able to get the Figma MCP server communicating with Claude Code. So we're just going to use it here in Cursor for now. And then obviously I have this set up as Claude for Sonnet and then agent mode. Okay. Now before we submit that, we want to make sure I just loaded up my email client by accident. All right. We want to make sure that we select the parts of the layout that we want to include in this little this prompt. So I'm just going to select this one, which is search term at the top, and then this one right here, card layout container. What I just discovered, you can't select multiple nodes in Figma, like these two different elements. They need to be one. So I'm going to take both of these and just make them an auto layout. And that way it's just one element that's selected. So we'll just call this initial prompt layout. Okay, so now that that is selected, I'm going to go back and then alter this initial prompt layout. And then now I'm going to rerun this. Let's see if we get a better result. We're having trouble connecting to the model provider. This might be temporary. Please try again in a moment. There it goes. All right, so I just had to hit retry a few times. All right, this is the scary part. It's trying it out. It's scary and it's exciting. So let's reduce this. There we go. All right, so I like painting pictures of birds. Okay, let's show me the money. Yeah. I don't know why I keep saying that. Stop that. All right. Thinking. We got our nice little, ooh, okay. All righty. Okay. So far, so good. Idea 1 of 12. Custom bird portrait artist. Description, offer personalized. Okay, so we can remove this description tag. Let's tell it remove that. Let's try to click next idea. This is so scary. Please work. Good, good. There's no animation, which is okay. I don't want there to be animation yet. This is exactly basically what I wanted. Works. Now my big question is if I drag the browser in, yeah, we got a long scroll bar here, which we can fix after the fact. And it's also not responsive, meaning that when we scale this in, it's not, it should be automatically shrinking, which we can give it those instructions. Right now, I'm not even worried about that. I think what we could do is just worry about that type of stuff after the fact. I just want it to work on desktop right now at this point in time. So the first adjustment, we got to get rid of the description part, which again, not a big deal, deal at all. What happens when we get to the last one? All right, it's done, no more. Okay. So now I think what I want to do is focus on some animation ideas. I want to run this one more time. I like shooting Coke cans with my BB gun. So stupid. All right. How can you monetize that? Like seriously? Let's see. I don't know. Maybe a kid is entering this and just want to make some pocket money. One thing I don't like is how this UI comes in real fast while the thinking is still showing up and it kind of overlays. I think there needs to be a delay. So let me move this over. We're going to give a quick prompt to help fix that. And this time we're going to use our Claude Code. I ran the Claude prompt here to get Claude Code open. And I'm going to say write. All right. Once OpenAI, I need to update my cursor. No problem. So once OpenAI returns the response returns the list of ideas, don't show the first idea card right away. Instead, designate 1 second where the Rive loading graphic fades out and scales out to 0 with easing. Then after that 1 second, show the first card. Okay. I think that's going to be it for this particular prompt. I don't want to get into asking more ideas because I just wanted to focus on that alone. And once it gets done, we'll go ahead and try this again, and then we'll start asking it to use GSAP to start creating some sort of really cool animations for each card that comes in and out. All right, so it looks like it's done. Let's give this a shot. Generating ideas. This is the BB gun idea. Like, how the hell are you going to make money? Okay, that was better. I like that. It zoomed out pretty fast. It was quick. Yeah, that worked pretty well in my opinion. Next up, we're going to construct a prompt specifically for when the card is first presented, both the very first card and any subsequent cards, when next is clicked or previous is clicked, which it will still animate. When they come in, we're going to animate some of these elements in using GSAP. All right, so I think that could be a pretty cool concept. So I'm going to construct that prompt and then I'll read it and then we'll submit it. Okay, here is the prompt. Use GSAP to create a series of animations when each card is presented. For the first card, that's loaded after the loading sequence is finished, and also when a user clicks next idea and previous idea. The card container currently has the classes right here. That way it knows what I'm talking about. And that is this card right here. So if I use the Dev Inspector, Control-Shift-I to get this part up, and then you click this little icon, and then you click right here. This is what I'm talking about right there. All right, and then it should shift in from the right of the screen. So in other words, it's going to come from over here by about 100 pixels to the right of its current default position for about 1 second with easing. And I should probably also add to that, it should also come from opacity 0 to 1 during this animation. Okay, then after about 0.5 seconds, after that first animation has started, we should do a masking animation that moves the idea 1 of 12 tag up into view on the y-axis. So it's going to be right here. If I zoom up, this idea 1 of 2, it's going to move up out of nowhere into place. And out of nowhere is achieved by saying its parent container should have overflow hidden so that it animates from nowhere, essentially. You'll see what that means. Do the same thing for the credit card. For the card title, descriptive text, the generate guide CTA button, and the text underneath it. So basically, we're saying animate from nowhere on the y-axis, coming up and into position. This element, the title, the description, the button, and then this text down here as well. Let's see here. There should be a very slight offset between each of these animations, like a delay, so that it's treated like a stagger animation. When next idea is pressed, the currently displayed card should shift to the left by 100 pixels. So that means if we click next idea, then this card should shift to the left by 100 pixels and fade out. And then the next card will come in from the other way, essentially. Blah, 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 if previous ideas. Okay, so when next idea is pressed, the currently displayed card should shift by the left, while the next card animates in as described above. If previous idea is pressed, the card should reverse the animation so that the currently displayed card animates to the right by 100 pixels and fades out, and with the previous idea card coming in by the left. So it's a little bit confusing. There's a lot here. Let me just go ahead and give it a shot and see if it can kind of nail out what I envision for the animation to occur. So I've right-clicked in order to paste this into the Claude Code prompt, and let's do it. All right, that looks like it worked. Let's see if it actually works. I like taking bubble baths in nice ambient room environments. I'm so weird. Okay, that's actually true. Okay, continue on. Let's see how this animation goes. This should shrink out. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. I think it was a little bit slow. I'd want to speed that up initially. I don't like how close this is up here. I want to fix that. I think the text needs to be a little bit smaller in a way to get back to do another search. There's a bunch of stuff that we're going to need to worry about. Now, the one thing I am kind of worried about is the next idea and previous idea buttons. Let's see if it worked. That's actually pretty solid. There's only slight things that I would want to change. It seems like it first waits to move it in, and then there's too much of a delay, a very slight delay by about like half a second. I would like to see these animating in a little bit faster. Let's see if previous button works. It does. It did exactly what I wanted. So we can be a bath retreat organizer. We can be an ambient bath accessory designer. See, these are all legit, you know, I mean, that's a really hard idea to monetize, right? A custom bath fragrance maker. Yeah, I mean, I could see you being like a bathtub influencer and, you know, you can make money with these ideas. Yeah, this is actually really close to what I envision. I think it's because we said that there's a half-second delay between that stuff animating. This is pretty sick, though. I would want to, like I said, increase white space up here. It's a little bit, just a tad bit too cluttered. But yeah, this is actually pretty sweet here. Okay. Real quickly, I'll just ask it to remove the 0.5 second delay from the card UI elements animating. They should start animating in as soon as the card starts moving into place. Also, let's try to knock out another request. Let's go ahead, Control Shift I. Let's select this element. All right. And I think what I want to say is, I think what we'll do is ask it to add more white space by about maybe 50% more than what it currently has on that piece of type. Add more white space beneath and above the search term encased in quotes by about 50% more of what is currently there. Okay. Enter. All right. Let's refresh this. Let's do a new one. I like walking little dogs. This is literally just stupid stuff coming up off the top of my head. All right, so how can we make money walking little dogs? This is pretty obvious. You start a service. Yeah, dog walking service owner. I like this. This works well. There we go. It seems much better. It's a much better fluid motion. Nice. Dog exercise consultant, doggy daycare for small breeds, mobile dog groomer, little dog meetup organizer. It's just so nice using these nice little animations. It's very fun. Okay. This is good. So now what we want to do in the final thing in this video is we're going to switch gears. We're going to put our designer hat on and step into Rive in order to create this animation down here that I envisioned. It's kind of like a watermark skeleton UI type of animation. And this is what this is what we're going to rock out here in Rive. So I'm going to go rive.app, hit create artboard. I'm just going to eyeball the rough dimensions, the proportions rather, for the artboard. I will go back here to get our main color, which, let's see here, it's copied to the clipboard, so I can just go back and paste that right there. All right, then I will go back one more time. We're going to grab this color as well, that color code, and then we're just going to manually recreate those items. So I'm going to hit O, or letter O on the keyboard, left click, drag out, make it that color right there. And I think what we'll do is nest artboards so that we only have to create one of these, even though there's 3 of them here. So there's like 1, 2, 3 right there. And then we can nest those. So this will be the artboard that gets nested. And then I will also come out here to the rectangle tool, kind of just recreate the title, skeleton. Again, the same color. And also rounded corners all the way. Call it like pill shape. And then we'll move this down here. Move this out. Here, let's get this out all the way. Now I'm going to move these together a little bit and then increase them just a, well, no. Let's see here. How do I want to tackle this? Make this a bit smaller. You want to get everything matched up as much as possible. So this is the exact height from the top of this. The bottom right here matches the bottom of this, and we're all good. Okay, so then what I'll do is take the artboard and we'll condense it. like this. And now what we want to do is kind of create like a gradient in a rectangle. And so to do that, I will take just a rectangle tool, left click and drag something like this. And then in that rectangle, we're going to change this to a linear gradient. Let me move this over so we can kind of see what's happening here. And what I will do, let's see here. Well, for now, let's just focus on this gradient. So the initial starting color would be this one. The end color will be the same color, this one. And then in the middle, we're going to add a stop right there. You just click in the middle, and this will be lighter. Actually, I was wrong about those two. They need to be this color. There we go. And then this one needs to be that color. Okay. Now, this looks stupid. Trust me, I get it. What we want to do is, let me see if we can take these, right click. I'm going to do an experiment here because I'm not sure how this might work. I'm going to move this over here. We're going to select these three elements, hit group, and then take this and add clip and see if we can add it as the group. Yes, there we go. That's what I want. So now what we can do is animate this thing like this. Yeah. I'll move it all the way off the screen initially. There we go, like right there. And then we will take the artboard, go to animate, go to timeline 1, and then we'll select this. We're going to put a keyframe in the X position right there. We're going to move all the way to the end. Go all the way over here. Keep dragging it on the X axis all the way over here. And bam. And then I think I'll probably take this and put this keyframe around 40 because I don't want it to like keep on going over and over, like going crazy. So let's try to get the timing right of this, and we'll change this right here to a loop. All right, so if you hit your space bar, this is currently what it looks like. It's too fast, so we're going to take this playback speed by clicking up here, and let's make it like 0.5. All right, let's try this again. Maybe we'll go a little bit slower. 0.2. Okay, that's a little bit too slow. We'll go with 0.35. There we go. All right, that's better. Okay, so now that we have that, we're going to create another artboard, which we'll go to the Design tab. We'll just Shift Alt left click, drag this over. We're going to delete this and that. And then now we're going to hit N on our keyboard for the nested artboard tool and then choose artboard. We're going to put that right there. I'm going to take our artboard 2, scale it down. Now we could duplicate this and then duplicate it one more time. Let's get this right there. All right, so now if we go over here, hit animate, go to state machine, hit play, we could see how now these all have their little animations that we've added. I think I don't want it to be that bright again, so I'm going to go back here. We're going to take the rectangle and reduce the opacity from 68 to maybe like 38. All right, so let's go back here. Let's go to animate and hit spacebar. That's better. Now we could probably make this even cooler by creating maybe a timeline where these are kind of moving up indefinitely. So let's do that real quick. We're going to take all three of them, holding Shift, and then add a keyframe on the Y axis. And then we're going to probably move to the center. We're going to move it up. Ooh, this is tricky. Okay, let me rethink this approach. We're going to have one more. Let's go back to the Design tab. One more of those, Control D to duplicate that. All right, go back. Select this. Oh, these aren't in the same position. This was overlapping slightly. So let's see here. It's probably because we need to take this and increase it correctly. Okay. Now let's go back. This one needs to have a Y keyframe as well. Now we're going to move this here to the center. All right, and maybe we'll move this over here, and we'll put a, this is looping as well already. So let's see what this looks like. It's not going to look correct. Let's go back to design and let's select this artboard, and we want to make sure that we can't see outside of the artboard, which I believe, I thought there was an option to modify that over here. Could be wrong, but I think anyways that's how it will be. Let's take a look at this. So it should appear once we export this as just one big list that's continually flowing. It shouldn't look like this jittery thing that we see here. I don't think so, at least. So what I'll do is take this artboard. We're gonna hit export for runtime. Skip this mode next time. Export your Rive file. Now it says exported. Oh, there it is up there. Now I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go into my code folder where our code currently exists. Public. And this is going to be card animation. Now we can reference this file name. And now we have to give it the specific instructions. So we'll go back here to cursor. All right. In public, there is a new Rive file. I want you to add this Rive file behind the generate, and I'm trying to remember what that was called. If I go back, generate guide button. Yeah. So let me hit Control-Shift-I to look at the scaffolding here. So it could be placed in this, or maybe a new div that's wrapped around that part. We'll see if it can get it just by us describing. I want you to add this Rive file behind the generate guide section. The generate guide section may need to be position absolute with a higher index to show the Rive file. We're just going to see what it does with that alone. We're probably going to have to fix it because we didn't really pass much context into that particular prompt. All right, let's see if it worked. I like to hopscotch until I tire out. Okay. Oh no, failed to generate business ideas. Ooh, what the hell's going on there? I think that one maybe was too weird. Oh, that's because there must have been something happening here. Okay, let's npm run dev. Try that again. I like to hopscotch until I tire out. We'll have to make the enter button work on that submit. Here we go. Okay, it got pretty close. Oh, I know what the issue is. It selected the wrong artboard by default. So it's only showing the one that has in the background. All right, I think I have to make it, I'm gonna have to mention in here, let's relaunch Claude. Tell it which artboard to use along with the name of the state machine. Be sure to make sure, that's dumb. Make sure that the artboard being used for what is happening? Can't even hit backspace. Okay. In the idea cards is the artboard named artboard, and the state machine is named state machine 1. All right. Okay, try it again. There we go. That is better. I like it. It's not all the way across. We can always adjust that, but this is overall pretty good. Let's hit next idea. Nice. It shows up each time. Now we're getting somewhere, people. This is actually pretty freaking awesome. Pretty fun. All right, now it's starting to take shape. What we'll do is I'm going to first show you that we're going to use something called Context7. And if I zoom up, you'll see it's right there, Context7. So what you need to do just to get to this point, again, we're using cursor here. We're going to, let's just close all these and hit Control L. Okay, you might see something similar to this. Hit Control L to get the chat window up, come up here, go to chat settings, and then go to tools and integrations. And then this is where all of your MCP servers are. If you don't see Context7 here, what you need to do is click on, you didn't see the whole thing there, the other key. And you want to see Context7. If not, you want to paste this in right around here. This is how you install it. There's no API keys or anything required. And then save it. Once you go back, you should see Context7 right here. And make sure it is green. That means it's ready to rock and ready to be communicated with. So now what I'll do is close those out, and I'm going to show you the prompt. So the prompt here, if I come out right here, is this is the initial prompt we're going to integrate. So we need to integrate authentication via Google Auth for this app. I'm not going to have any other forms just because this is a demo app essentially. So Google Auth will be the only way they can log in. Use Context7. So that's basically what you do. That's how you use Context7. You tell it to use it for integrating Auth, right? So in the nav bar, if a user is not logged in, it should show the login button. Once the logged in button is clicked, a modal should show up with a Google login button. A modal is just like a pop-up. Once the login button is clicked, they should be able to select their Google account and authenticate into the app. Once successfully authenticated, it should revert back to the home page with the logged in state. And if they're logged in, show a logout button instead of the login button in the nav. And provide me with instructions and a new markdown file for setting this up properly within Google, because we have to do work within Google in order to set this project up and get the API keys. So noting the name of the variables, environment variables that I need to define in our environment file. And then we will be saving the user registration information in a Supabase database, but don't attempt to build that yet. But I wanted to provide it with that future context. This is the initial prompt. I'm going to copy it. We are going to paste. And let's see what it does. So once I click submit, we should see some tool calls here. I'll help you integrate Google Auth into your Nuxt app. Let me start by examining the current code base. All right, research Google Auth with Context7. So what we're going to do first is get this all integrated. And so I'm going to go to Google Auth here, authentication. This is the guide that I created. So I'm going to do this real quick and go through these steps. Now that I have that all specified, I'm going to run npm run dev again. Looks like we do have a couple issues. It says OAuth is not defined. I'm going to paste this, or it should have the context of this. Let's see here. It says tab. We want to make sure that the terminal here, this is PowerShell, so we're going to add this as context. So come down here, terminals, and PowerShell. Now I'm going to specify I've integrated. I've completed the steps. Make sure you can see this. To integrate Google Auth. There is an env file with the 3 fields you told me to specify. You can't access it. You can't access it though. I ran npm I and then npm run dev, and there's an error in the terminal that you have access to. Fix this. Okay. Now, sometimes on my environment, it gets hung up in these little console commands. So I just hit Shift and skip, and it's still going to access this error right here. So if that happens, don't let it just sit there forever. Let's see here. Let's click login. There we go. Awesome. We have the little modal, which, you know, is fine. Let's click this. This app's request is invalid. Oh, I see the issue. Look at that. I didn't put in extra 0. Stupid me. Also, need to make sure that these are not HTTPS. SideBling will be, but not localhost. That's why. Let's save. Let's see if it works this time. Jeez. Not smooth, Gary, not smooth. Let's see here, log in, continue. There we go. Awesome. So let's hit continue and see if it works. Yes, it even has my picture. Now this looks stupid with the logout button and my name here, so we could just tell it to maybe remove just the where it says my name. There we go. Now let's see if logout works. It works. Yay, okay. It's not the greatest looking, we could still improve that, but for now I'm happy with it. Now we have authentication and login working within our app. So now what we want to do is I want to get at least the Supabase MCP server set up along with a users table set up. And that's going to be what we're going to do now. So we want to come back up here into our chat settings, the MCP servers. Notice I already have Supabase MCP installed. Now, if I click here, we will see this is what we need to specify, all this information for the MCP server. You can also go to supabase.com MCP, type that in Google, and you'll find the documentation to copy and paste this stuff. But your token here, that's what you need to grab from Supabase, all right? Supabase is just a database provider. And I already have a token that I'm going to paste here. And when you create your account, you can find that stuff easily. When you log in, click on your little avatar, go to Account Preferences, and click Access Tokens. That's going to be the token that you click Generate Token if you don't have one, and then you'll see a Copy button. Now, once you save it, you should see this here, 28 tools. Make sure that it is green. The status is green. Okay, now we're going to specify a prompt. Use the Supabase MCP server to create a users table. And we're going to have to set up we're likely going to have to set up the project and stuff ourselves and provide, all the API keys and credentials specific to that project. So we'll have it create another MD file, markdown file for instructions on how to do that. But I'm also going to include what we want as well. So use the Supabase MCP server to create a users table that is tied to Google authentication. And in the future, we will also save the user's prompts and OpenAI responses. Okay, so create a markdown file, .md file with instructions on how to set up the project and retrieve any necessary keys in Supabase. So it's calling, when it clicks list projects, it's working, the Supabase MCP server. Now on Supabase, at the time of recording this video, you can only have, on the free tier, which is what I'm on, you can only have 2 active projects. So just remember that. And you can pause other projects to make room. Now what's cool is I log in here, look, SideBling, that is created. All right, so let's click on, it created a markdown file, I believe, Supabase setup. So right here. Okay, I'm not sure how much the actual MCP server was able to do. So I'm going to click on SideBling itself and see if there's actually tables and a database structure. Yeah, prompts. It already created the prompt table and a users table. Okay, so I will need to provide it with the service role key. So I'm going to copy that. And this stuff, it would be up to you to just kind of follow this process because I don't want to reveal my keys or anything. Yeah, so we don't want to do this stuff manually ourselves. So I will tell it to do it. I've integrated the necessary API keys. Now finish the integration so that when a user logs in, it saves it to the users field or the users table. Let's give it a test. All right, and let's go and check the actual table. There it is. As you can see, has the ID, Google ID, email, name, avatar URL, created at, updated at, last login, all working perfectly. So that is it. That is the process to integrating Google Auth and as well as creating a users table. And we did this with the help of the Context7 MCP Server and Supabase MCP Server as well, which makes it super easy to have to touch anything. And then right now we're not saving the prompt data that was actually entered. So if we refresh, like that data is lost. It doesn't get persisted in a database. So that's going to be the step now that we try to tackle, and we may try to get generate guide button working as well in this video. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go over here, and this is our Supabase, and this is the two tables it created. The users table is working. Prompts table is not yet working, but it decided to generate this on the fly. Now, I don't know like if this is all the correct fields that we're going to need, but we need some more stuff. We need to guide it. So I have the dev server's up running at npm run dev, and Supabase is our MCP server is ready to go. And I'm going to read real quickly the prompt I'm about to issue. So we need to ensure that the initial prompt is save. That's the one that is entered by the user along with the response from AI. Since each idea generates multiple ideas, I should say prompt, there we go. We need to store each idea perhaps in a third table that is associated with the prompts table. So you know how there's like 12 different ideas? We should probably have an ideas table with how many that are returned, and there would be a relationship that's tied to the prompts table that I just showed you. So anyway, so we need to store in a third table, which stores the idea title returned from the AI along with the description. Because remember, it returns two things: the title of its idea, and then the description. And just for clarification or verification, however you want to look at it, here's the actual title of one of the ideas, and here's the description. Here's another idea, idea 2 of 12, title, description, so on and so forth. Okay, continuing on, reading this. Additionally, since each idea has its own report generated, we need to track if that idea has an associated report generated for it or not. So what that means is we have to know, like when we present this page, and if they go back to it after the fact, we have to know if they have clicked generate guide or generate report yet on this particular idea, because you only want to have to do that once. So if they did generate one, it's going to show, let's go back to Figma, it's going to show this stuff: earnings potential, the competitive score, and then all the steps to try to bring that idea into, fruition, so to speak. So let me go back and continue on reading this prompt. It's not too much longer. Where is cursor? There we go. The report will return the following information. In earnings potential, data may look like this. A competitive score, which will be a numeric value based on 0 to 10. 0 being not competitive at all and 10 being very competitive. And finally, the steps required to bring that idea to life. There may be up to 20 different steps. This may warrant creating a fourth table, steps. Each step will contain a title and a description. So you have to try to think about, how the database structure can be set up. So when a user submits a prompt from the home page and they receive a response from the AI, it should automatically store the info that they entered into the text field on the home page as the prompt in the prompts table, along with their user ID and also the ideas it returned into the ideas table. Last paragraph. Create these tables using the Supabase MCP Server and update the code so that it stores the prompt information and ideas. After that, we'll continue by making the generate report button work. Okay, so let's go ahead and send this and hope it works. Okay, so it is done. Let's give this a test to see if it actually works. All right, so we're gonna go back, just go back home here. Now let's go ahead and just say, I like playing fast guitar solos. Okay, show me the money. Now my question is did it already enter any data inside of here? Rows, just 2. Okay, so not yet. I think it'll do it once we receive a response, hopefully. Oh no, I don't see any actual... Oh, okay, here it is. I like playing fast guitar solos. It's saving the entire response, I believe. It's also telling us token usage. That's interesting. The response model, GPT-4o. Okay, so what about, let's see, steps. I don't see anything in steps. How about ideas? Oh, that's right, because steps comes after we generate a report. There we go. So here's all the ideas associated with the prompt ID, which is great. It creates a relationship between the tables. The description, I need to tell it to remove the description from the prompt response. But yeah, that's all working as it should. So that's great. Okay, now the second part of this is going to be getting the generate guide button working. And so this is going to be multi-step. You have to think about this. What happens when the generate guide button is clicked? Well, the first thing is I want to hide this button along with the Rive little overlay. And then we wanted to make it so that we have that thinking Rive animation that's kind of like placed in the same position right here, centered. So that we have something to look at while we're waiting for a response for it to generate their guide. Then once it receives the response, then we can tell it to integrate the response, all the different steps and the information in this context right here, this stuff. Okay. Now, there's a couple different ways to approach this. We could try to just temporarily change the app so that we can try to integrate that layout underneath the guide. I think that's the best way to approach it, rather than trying to. We just basically want to get the template ready and make sure that it translated accurately before we try to get it to generate real data. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to prepare a prompt for that purpose. So what I'll do is we'll come back over here. And again, this is where we need to make sure that our Figma MCP server is enabled right there. So it's green. Now that's going to have access to it. And then we also have to make sure that I have this report container field selected. And by the way, if you've been following along, it needs to work and look like this. All right, before you port it over. Again, I'm going to include this and update this file. Everything is named here. All the elements have associated variables where they should be for color and for padding and gaps and corner radius, all that good stuff that you want to make sure. So we're going to reference report container, and that's the selected element. All right. So now I'm going to prepare this prompt right here. Now, one thing that I want to do while I'm writing that prompt is hit Control-Shift-I here in Chrome to get out the Dev Inspector. We're going to click on this little button right there, this Auto Select, and we're going to select. We kind of have an idea of how this thing is structured. So really, this container right here, if we expand this in the code, we'll see it says CTA section and idea header. We're going to tell it to put it underneath the CTA section, but inside of this element right here. I don't think we need to. We could probably just say put it underneath the div that's underneath the CTA section and make sure that it doesn't go outside of this and place it somewhere else because it'll break the layout. So what I'll do is minimize this. So I'm going to say, great, next temporarily I want you to use the Figma MCP server to implement the selected frame report container directly underneath the CTA section div. And don't make it function for now. I just want to make sure that the layout is correct before we try to make it function. Let's see how it does. Again, make sure that frame is selected in Figma, calling MCP tool, calling get code. Okay, let's see if it actually worked. Oh no, it almost kind of worked. Let's look over here. You know, it looks like it just got cut off because this frame right here, this where this has this little, probably not be able to see it, this little border is probably fixed height. So if I get out the inspector here, get out the auto select, we're going to select it, and there's probably a explicit height. Let's remove that. There we go. Look at that. This is actually pretty solid looking. Earnings potential, that needs fixed. It shouldn't be, you know, two different lines. But look, I mean, everything else looks pretty solid right here. So I have no problem. Now let's see how it is kind of responsively. Again, it's not going to be fully perfectly responsive. Oh no. So this right here, remember, we haven't really dealt with the responsive stuff yet. This frame is probably just not, it probably has a fluid, or I mean a fixed width as well, which is why that's screwing up. I'm just going to test real quick. Width. It must be a different container that has a fixed width, I'm imagining. Yeah, we'll deal with that stuff later on, the responsive stuff. So now that we actually have this, what I want to do now is go ahead and tell it to actually get this tied up and integrated properly. So next prompt is going to be when they click the actual generate guide button, it will hide this section and show instead the little thinking Rive graphic. And let's do that real quick. Okay, so let's read this real quick. First, let's remove the height property from the report card container. It's located on this div. I used the dev inspector to find it because remember we had to remove the height, thing. Then by default, we will not show the report that we just integrated from Figma, so that can be hidden as well. Now, when somebody clicks on a generate report, it should send a new call to OpenAI that requests the following information. An earnings potential associated with that particular idea, it should be formatted as such. A competitive analysis score based on how competitive that idea is. It should return a value based on 0 to 10, 0 being not competitive at all, and then 10 being very competitive. For instance, a BB gun range owner should not be very competitive. That might be a 1. But an online fitness influencer might be an 8. Now, a step-by-step guide that contains a title and a description about how they can tackle that particular idea and put that plan into action, no more than 20 steps. The above information should be stored in the relevant tables that exist in the Supabase once a return has been received. And when somebody clicks, this is the final part, when somebody clicks generate report, remove the CTA section, and that's in the HTML. So that's called, that's where the Rive file is with the little animated skeleton UI with the generate report button. So we want to remove that, and in its place do the public loader.rive thinking animation we created while it's waiting for a response from the AI. And then once that response is received, remove that loader.rive section and show all the data that was saved in the Supabase tables in the layout that we implemented in the report. All right. So hopefully that last part is not confusing for it. Show all the data that we saved in the Supabase tables and the layout inside of the layout we implemented in the report. So once again up here, if I reread this, it should send a new call. Yeah, okay, it should be stored. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and give this a shot. All right, let's see what it did. All right, so let's hide this. Let's enter a hobby. I like running a lot, okay? Just literally coming up with random stuff. All right, here is our idea. Next idea. Let's just do the very first idea. Let's hit generate guide. Now when we do this, I hope it's gonna work. All right, we can fix the placement of that. If this was centered, this would be much better. So that's all I would ask it to do. Just make sure that this is centered in its container. All right, look at that. Okay, so the show all 20 steps button does not work. However, we do have our pricing strategy, market research. We have all this stuff set up. We can probably tell it to elaborate a little bit further just so that there's more than one sentence for each of these. So that's two things we need to do. Ask it to center the Rive file, and also we will ask it to elaborate more so, just to give, you know, maybe a couple paragraphs or something like that for each step. And then also to get show all 20 steps, we want to make sure that that's clickable, and when you click it, it will reveal all the steps. So one thing I'm curious about is I want to see if steps has been generated. Yeah. All right. It's all the same report ID, so these are all associated with that very first one that we created. Awesome. Okay. So now what we'll do is let's go back. Is that what it's called? Let me see. I want to make sure that this is show all 20 steps. Yeah. Okay. So show all 20 steps. All right. I think if we do that, it'll be good. Now, one thing I am curious before we submit that is if I hit next idea. All right. So the Rive file is gone, unfortunately. Let's go back. Go back. And so that's one issue. When we go back to the idea one, it just shows the generate guide button, but we already generated it. So we're going to have to fix that as well. For now, I don't want to ask it to try to do too much. Let's just focus on these three right here. All right, let's test this out again. I like playing hopscotch. That's so stupid. All right. All right, hopscotch event organizer, generate guide. It is now centered. All right, earnings potential 2 to 8,000 a month. Yeah, right. Competitive score 4 of 10. That should be much lower, but at least we have better descriptions here. So show all 10 steps. Now there's a reason, there's something happening. The reason I can't click it is because there is a div that's being overlaid on top of this, and it ends like right here because I can grab this text but not this text. So if I hit Control-Shift-I, we could see what's hanging. Oh, it's the container for all the footer cards. Let me just remove that. I'll instruct the AI to remove that as well. Now we can click show all 10 steps, and there we go. Look at that. Show less works. And there we go. That's sick. All right. So now that we have that, let's click next idea. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to ensure that this doesn't happen, you know, because idea 1 of 12, we already generated the guide for it. So let's go back. Let's enter a new prompt. Right, so on the generate report, earnings potential is showing up on 2 lines. Expand it so it's not on 1 line. And then also after a report is generated and I click on the next idea, and then click previous idea to go back to the idea that I just generated, it's not showing the generated report that was just generated. So instead, it's showing the CTA section to generate guide again. So that's not what I want. If a report has been generated, it should always be visible for that particular idea. If it has not, only then should the CTA section with the generate guide button be visible. All right. All right, let's give it a shot. All right, running codes. It fixed the earnings potential issue right here. Competitive score, 6 of 10. Market research, show all 20 steps. Oh, I forgot to have it remove that stupid footer thing. Delete that. Make sure all this stuff is working. Now we're going to go next idea. It fixed that. I think it's working because now it's checking first if this particular idea has a generated report yet. Now let's go back to idea 1. This is the big one. Yes, it works. Oh yeah. Now let's see if idea 2 of 12 will work. A virtual marathon organizer. All right, generate guide. Now we're getting exciting because we're really using AI and communicating with AI to really build out this app. See, because a lot of times people will look at an idea and be like, I'm absolutely not interested in that. I don't want to even look at the report, whatever. Now, if it can generate the second report, that would be really good progress, without any errors. Sometimes, when you start getting into the nuts and bolts of the app and really using it how a user might use it, you may run into issues, and these issues need to be fixed thereafter. This one's taking a little bit of time, so has me a little bit worried. Failed to parse AI response. Interesting. So we're going to want to pass this as context here. All right, so all of that worked. However, after generating a report and clicking the next idea and clicking generate guide for the second idea, it returned an error. And this is what I'm reporting or pasting in from the error itself. And let's see if it can figure this out. I like knitting little animals. That sounds bad, actually, like creating animals out, not knitting actual animals. Okay, custom knit animal creator, generate guide. All right, let's hit next idea. Let's hit generate guide. And let's see if it parses this data correctly. That may not have been the issue. So we'll see. Yes, it worked. All right. Let's go back to previous idea. All right. Are these the same thing? Develop unique designs, source quality materials. Next idea. Oh yeah, they're different. Does it say the same exact competitive score? And 6 of 10, 6 of 10. Okay, interesting. Let's do the next idea. For some reason, it hid the Rive loading graphic. That's no big deal. Knitted animal subscription box curator. Let's generate the guide. Perhaps we can use a faster model. Nice. 5K to 20K. Good. All right. We'll probably have to adjust these values. But yeah, you just have to tell it to remove the little stupid cards here. That thing is blocking us from clicking the steps. But this is working actually pretty well now, exactly as we imagined. Yes. Awesome. Awesome, awesome stuff. All right, so that's going to be a spot where we stop. This is a longer video. In the next lesson, we're probably going to go ahead and think about, if we go to the home page, now that we have some of this data, we can make this work and make a marquee, make it just repeat. Maybe take like the last 10 or whatever different ideas and just make them infinitely repeat across the bottom. And then we could probably also maybe do another page for where they can click on ideas, and it'll show all the ideas that they've entered, and it'll bring up that card format for each one of those so that they can go back to those ideas. Otherwise, they can't go back to them right now at this point in time. All right, new day here, and we are getting close to wrapping this up. So the first thing I want to do in this video is I want to get these cards right down here working. We have the data now that will pull from our Supabase database, and so we can make these clickable, and upon a click, it will take us to the UI where they can scroll through the ideas and see the the reports, or the guides rather, that are generated. So I already have the prompt ready to rock, and I will read it right here. Here's the first prompt that we're going to be issuing. So on the home page, there's a templated footer cards. Connect those with real data coming from Supabase with the Supabase MCP Server. Show the last 10 prompt searches and repeat them so that they slowly animate from left to right and infinitely repeat across 10 searches. Also, the parent element that wraps around these cards needs to have 100% width, not a fixed width, and with the overflow of hidden, so that the cards can infinitely animate inside of it and not create horizontal scroll bars, which is currently the case. If we reduce the width here, you'll see what I mean. Oh, let me refresh. There we go. You see this? We don't want that. We don't want a scroll bar. We just want these to infinitely repeat from the left and right side of the browser. When a user hovers over each of these cards, change the background of the cards to this specific color code, which is right here. The way I got that is I went into Figma real quick, and I changed this particular card's background color, and I got this color. I like that color right there. Store this as a variable that can be reused later. We'll call it background hover variable. And the reason I said that is because I want a little My Ideas dashboard where somebody who's logged in can click My Ideas, and then it'll show all the ideas that they personally generated. And we're going to have the same kind of card design layout for that. When somebody clicks on any of these cards, it should direct them to the page that shows them the 10 ideas where the user can hit next idea and previous idea. So that's all the first prompt is going to be. So I'm going to come over here, and we haven't been using Claude. We've just been using Cursor, and I did that just to show that both of these tools will work. Some might be better than others, but as you can see, I really haven't had much problem with either one of them. So we're just going to stick with Cursor here, and I'm going to paste this in. And for now, let's think about everything that we have going. Supabase is connected. We don't need anything else down here. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to... No, I think we're pretty good here. Let's go ahead and submit that. All right, here we go. So let's take a look at this. We can see at the bottom, I'll increase the browser zoom a bit. I like knitting little animals. I like running long distance, playing hopscotch. I like running a lot. I like playing fast guitar solos. So there's only 5 searches that have been actually implemented into the database so far. But it works. This works perfectly as I would imagine. If I reduce it in size here, we'll see it's the same concept. Maybe we'll have them adjust it. Still, we need to fix responsiveness. We'll deal with that at the end though. But this is good. Now, the next step, what happens when we click it? That's a big one. Oh no, that should not happen. It should not go to thinking. It should be skipping this step. It should not be communicating with, look at that mess. It should not be, communicating. So we're going to have to do a follow-up prompt to re-guide it. And so let's do that real quick. Okay, there's an issue when somebody clicks on one of those footer cards. It should not attempt to communicate with OpenAI and show the thinking Rive file. I should put loader. Instead, it should go directly to the card view where where it shows all the ideas generated with the next and previous ideas. And this means that the footer card section needs to disappear when somebody clicks on one of those footer cards as well. Let's go ahead and submit that. All right, let's see what happened. Let's check it out. I like playing hopscotch. Ooh. There's a weird kind of sort of look like a little glitch with the animation, a little blip that kind of, let's go back. It's a cool sort of animation that occurs, but there is a blink or a flash that occurs. I do not like that. I'm also wondering too something that is important. Like let's say for instance somebody clicks this. So it's like this area flashes briefly, this whole UI. So we don't want that. I think, you know, people would want to be able to share this, and it's not being persisted in a URL. Notice how it's just localhost 3000. So if somebody wanted to share this particular idea, you know, with somebody externally, you know, like sending it to a friend, they wouldn't be able to do so. So I think we can modify this so that it actually forwards them to a different URL when they want to view this, one of these lessons. So I'm not sure how that might change the scaffolding and the structure of the project, but that's kind of like an obvious no-brainer situation there. So let's go ahead and enter that. All right, so here it is. It's working, so that's really good. I like playing hopscotch. Let's do it. Okay. We don't have the Rive graphic here, but I'm kind of interested in knowing if there's actually a guide that was generated. I like knitting little animal. Okay, good. All right, so that works. We're good. All right, hit next. Yep. Good. Okay, so for some reason this Rive file is not loading up on all of these, but that's okay. What I want to do now is we're going to go back to the home page. Hey, it linked that up finally, at least on that page. I like playing guitar solos. All right. What's interesting, let's see if generate guide even works for this, just to make sure everything's still working. Whenever there's a major change like that, we can see in the prompt URL up here, it is working. It says prompt, I like playing fast guitar solos. What happened? Oh yeah, so it generated it. Okay, we'll do it one more time just to make sure, because that was pretty quick. Sometimes it'll take a little bit longer than other times based on the LLM. But I think, yeah, I think we're safe that, you know, this is working. There we go. The steps are working. There were 6 steps generated that time. Okay, so let's go back. Yeah, looks like this part is all working now. Now another big test is if this works still, because we did change up the structure. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. What's a hobby? You know, I like collecting rare coins. All right, show me the money. It is not hiding this section any longer, which, you know what? I think that's okay. We can still leave these maybe for some visual interest show up, and then it directs them to, yeah, the guide. Let's make sure that this one works. Coin appraisal expert. We still need to tell it to stop adding description in the actual description text, but I'm going to let this run just for a little bit more. There we go. Next idea. Awesome. Okay. Well, that was actually surprising that we didn't have to do any more fixes outside of that. So yeah. Now we have another prompt that I already prepared, and I'm going to get that up here. So for this one, add a new link to the nav bar that shows up when someone's logged in. Call it My Ideas and position it after the fact button. Create a new page for My Ideas that lists out all the ideas that they initiated in card format. On desktop, it should be 4 cards per row. Make them responsive to work on tablet and mobile. Clicking on any of these cards will take them to the interface we created that allows them to browse through the ideas. Okay, let's go ahead and copy that. All right, and one thing that I haven't talked about is this right here. This little context window where it says 39%. You don't want that to get too high. so what you would do is, and what that is like, okay, it's looking at the chat history and all this context that's been generated. And you only have so much context you could pass through, and things start to fail if you let this get up, too high. So what you could do is just come up here and go up here and just choose clear all chats, and that kind of resets it. And you could typically do that after each feature that has been generated. So I'll clear it, and then I'll go back into a different terminal. Click plus if you don't have another one. And then I'll go ahead and git add all, git commit -m. Message would be, what do we do? I updated prompt URL structure and fixed footer cards. Git push, and now it's been pushed. So now we've committed that feature. So that's a good way of getting into the habit of doing this routinely. So now what I'll do is paste this in, the prompt that I just read, and we will hit send. Get out. I'm gonna go back. We see my ideas. Let's click on them. Ew. That's really bad. All right. Shouldn't take that long to be loading ideas. So there's probably an error. So Control-Shift-I. No errors. Console messages. Let's refresh one more time. Oh, I don't know what that was. This works. Yeah, okay. So what's interesting is it decided to do some things that I didn't tell it to, because it added some stuff in here. This is bad readability, by the way. So what we'll do is we'll, that's kind of cool that it decided to enlarge these though on hover. I like that actually. It added the dates here, although the dates is kind of a weird gray color. But yeah, so I think what I would do is, this is a fun, I'm glad I did this. Control-Shift-I. We could do some live in-browser designing. So what I'll do is I'll just take one of these cards, and we're going to use the auto select. Remember, just click this up here. You can hover over these elements, and I'm going to go in and make some adjustments. I'm going to delete the inner portion. All right, and then we're going to take the title. I do want to increase the size of the actual title. So let's see, we said font size, we have hard coding like pixel value, which isn't ideal. I'm going to change this to like 1.5 or 4, yeah, 5 rem units. Okay. That's better, I think. Let's see here, see what this looks like. Let's go back to regular browser zoom. Probably a little bit larger than that. Let's go back here, just take this one, change this to 2 rem. Line height would now have to change. I know you can't see what I'm typing right now, but just bear with me. Oh, the line height is getting overwritten. That's why it's not happening right there. I think we'll do 2.2 rem. All right, so 2.2 rem and 2 rem for the font size and line height. This is right here better, more of what I was looking for. One thing I will adjust as well is Control-Shift-I. Come over here, grab that. That font size is too small. So we're going to say like 1 rem. There we go. So the date should be 1 rem unit, and I think that's good. All right, so we changed 3 different things. Now I'm going to drag this off the side, and I'm going to create a new prompt to have it fix those. Although, before we do that, even, we have to make sure. I'm going to load up another instance of the app here, and I want to click my ideas. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that initial thing didn't happen where it was all screwed up. I think that was just because it was the first time there was a cache issue. So my ideas, okay. Okay, so now let's go ahead and have it integrate those changes. All right, so for the cards that display on the My Ideas page, you added some unnecessary elements. And we want to keep the prompt title at the top, the number of ideas tag, and the bottom of the card, at the bottom of the card, and also the date to the right of the tag. The font size for the card title, change it to 2 rem units, and also change the line height to 2.2 rem units. And for the font size of the date, change that to 1 rem unit. Let's go ahead and send that. If you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about with these CSS properties and units and values, like rem units, that's why it's really important in this day and age right now, at the current time of recording this video, things may change in the future, just to have a basic understanding of CSS properties and values and being able to communicate to the language of what this thing is actually doing. Now let's go back and check out and see if this got updated. Yep, there you go. I like it. Okay, now let's see if it actually works if we click on one of these. I like collecting rare coins. All right. I'm okay with the thinking thing showing up briefly as long as it's not trying to initiate a call, which I don't think it is. Let's go back to My Ideas. I like playing hopscotch. All right. My Ideas. Now let's see if it's responsive at all. It might not be. Yeah, it is. Okay, that's perfect. Now, of course, the navigation needs to be responsive. We haven't fixed that. But yeah, we're actually getting pretty far on this. That's exciting to me. My Ideas. Show all 6 steps. Yes. Okay. So now let's go ahead and just keep on working and trying to get this nailed out. What we can start doing now is maybe take a... Oh, by the way, let's log out. Good. I just wanted to make sure that My Ideas thing was hidden. So log in. I'll do the login again here. Off screen. There we go. Okay. And it's all working. Awesome. Okay. One thing I'm interested in is if I refresh this, does it show? Is it showing the, oh yeah, the rare coins. There we go. I like collecting rare coins. It should be like right here. All right, there it is. I just wanted to make sure that last one was added automatically. Okay, so now let's work on the responsive stuff. And the first thing that we can take a look at is the nav bar. So when you get to right around here, you don't want this clashing to occur like this. You want it to change into like a hamburger menu. And so for that to happen, we're just going to go ahead and try to direct the AI to do that for us. All right, so let's come down here. Oh, and by the way, before I'll just copy and save that. I'm gonna we're gonna clear the context here. And then I'm going to run npm. Oh, what am I doing? I'm going to get add all. Okay. Now, I just mentioned here, I'm going to read this real quick, but we're not going to submit it yet because we're going to do a little bit of, just a tiny bit of design work in Figma, just a tiny bit. Let's work on making the UI responsive as it's currently only working well on desktop. First, let's make sure the navigation's responsive. This means on mobile, you need to collapse the navigation, the nav bar to a hamburger menu icon and make the icon function as well. On click, to reveal a menu that slides in from the right of the screen, it has a 100 viewport height, meaning it's going to go all the way from the very top to the bottom of the visible viewport in the browser or the phone. It should have a white background with green text. Now, when I say green text, it will just guess. So what I want to do is kind of just simulate what that might look like over here real quick. So obviously we'd be in a screen that looks more like this type of width, but I'm just going to real quickly just design this. So I'll just use rectangles for this really. So it's going to look probably just going to come out like this. It's white, and then I'll put some text. Oopsie, kind of screwed up text over there. And I'll just say like home, and we'll see which color that is green that we want. That's good right there. Okay, so I got the color code. Now again, we could, if we wanted to really take our time, design the actual navigation itself using auto layout and all the property styles, variables, and all that, and use the Figma MCP server and tell it to use that design. But you can also iterate on the fly as well, and I want to include that process just so you can kind of see, you know, how you could do that. The green text should use this color, like that. Okay, let me put a little hash sign there. Okay, that's looking good. Let's see. Now, I could probably also tell it at what point should it change. It should, and the way you find this out is if you hit Control-Shift-I to get it out the DevTools, let's reduce this. It's right around here I would want it to change, 962 pixels. All right. So the menu should collapse at around 962 pixels. Okay. Let's give it a shot. All right, let's check it out. Okay, it collapses. Yeah, that's decent enough. We probably, yeah, so you can click off of it, but it's always good for the purpose of UX to have an explicit exit button. All right. But we can deal with that after the fact. Let's do login. Do this real quick. See all my emails. I don't even care. Oh no. It looks like what has happened is the authentication state management is not working now. Since it has updated this nav element. So we're going to have it fix that. I can see that I am now logged in after the automatic reload after it's trying to fix it. I also told it to reduce the amount of white space from the nav elements, which I don't know if it integrated that. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's much better. It's not the greatest design, but for now it's okay. I'll probably update this on my own time when I can do it without having to record every step. All right, so authentication now should work. Hit login, log back in, and there we go. Awesome. So now we have our responsive navigation. It knew to scale down the size of the logo, which is good. There is too much white space up here, but that's one of those things I could just fix on my own. And then now the next part is, okay, what about the prompt section? One thing that gets screwed up is like right around that same breakpoint, like when this changes, this should we should probably collapse these into two different rows. They're going to stack on top of each other. So what happens is like right around this width, like if you're on a tablet or a big phone, then this text field, this whole green part, will extend all the way out to the right, and then show me the money will be underneath it, which will be all the way out as well. That's a very common pattern for fixing things. So for the responsive continuation of what we're trying to do, we can just continue on without having to clear the chat and the context, because we're only at 19% right here too. So next, collapse the text field in the hero section of the home page and the CTA button to the right of it to two rows that are stacked on top of each other based on the same view, I guess you could say, media query breakpoint that we use to transition the desktop navigation to a mobile navigation. All right, that's why having this understanding of CSS terminology is very helpful when you're trying to fix things, because trying to do it in layman's terms will increase the probability that the AI doesn't understand what the hell you're talking about. So it would behoove everybody to watch my courses on CSS. I have a bunch of them that are free on YouTube and also the premium one on my website. And it really just makes things a lot easier when you understand the language of what these things are actually doing. So let's, there we go. So if we just go like right around here, it should collapse this into two different areas, or two different rows rather. Wow, that's really big. It like really made things large. Am I zoomed up? No, I'm not zoomed up. That's okay. Wow. It just added like a massive amount of height. Let's see what it's actually doing there, because I'm kind of curious why it would just make things much larger. Control-Shift-I. We're going to drag this in till we get to the collapse part. And let's take a look at what the heck's happening here. What I could do is just tell it to reduce the amount of padding on the inside elements. I'll do that real quick. Let's see here. Okay, that's much better. All right, so this is our mobile version. Click this. There we go. We'll call that one good to go, ready to rock on that front. Now what? Let's click on My Ideas. You haven't generated any ideas? Wait, what? Did I choose like a different account? What the heck? Oh, I don't think I have. I think I was in the wrong one. Let me get into the right account. Yeah, there we go. I was hoping, you know, there wasn't something that was broke. So we could check the responsiveness of this page. Yep, this all works perfect. And now I know the next page is not perfect, because when we go to this page, we have a fixed section here, and we just need to have it fix that up. All right, so I think all we have to do is just make sure that it's fluid. Now, here's the thing. We can simulate this ourselves. So if we drag this in, well, before we drag it in, hit Control-Shift-I, and let's select it. And we'll find the value. It's going to be right here. Let's just get rid of that part and bring this up. We'll see. Let's see here. Is it this right here? Now, it says width 100%, but that's not right. Let's see. Which element has the green border? Oh, there's like two different borders? That's strange. Not sure what type of markup we're dealing with here. We need to find the right one, because this isn't really quite making sense. Card layout container. Width is 100%. It's all about finding which one has a fixed position, because right now there's something that is definitely fixed that's preventing all this stuff from here from actually working properly and being responsive. That's really strange. I cannot figure out why this is not collapsing, because everything seems to have a 100% width. It's very confusing to me, because I went through almost every selector. All right. Well, in this case, what we can do is simply task the AI to see if it can figure it out itself. Appears to have a fixed width. It needs to be fluid. I tried finding the fixed width value in the DOM elements, but couldn't find it. When I drag when I reduce the width of the scroll bar or browser, All right, that's the prompt. Let's go ahead and see if it can fix it itself. Okay, let's see what it did. Now we want to have a little bit of padding on the right and left, or white space. We don't want the edge of this, these buttons to be right up against the browser edge. That's not good for UX, or visually it just kind of looks like crap. Oh, that's interesting that it decided to do that. I don't know if I like that, because that doesn't make sense. You kind of always want them to be left and right. This area, next idea. We could tell it to collapse these two elements into sequential rows. I think we need to also tell it to reduce the font size of the title here. This stuff all looks fine to me. This is so cool though. What happens when we click Generate Guide? Thinking shows up down there a little bit. Again, there's a tiny little elements that we need to kind of fix. I think though that these previous ideas, next idea buttons, we can just have it shrink this font size, reduce the inner padding a little bit. They can always stay to the left and right because we have enough room, even on a phone. So we'll make that final update here real quick. All right, so hopefully you're able to read through that as I kind of just fast forward it. Let's hit, because on a mobile phone that would actually be too much white space. And again, this is one of those things I think we're getting just a little bit redundant in the video. You understand how to make these changes now. You can use a dev inspector. It also looks like there's uneven amounts of white space over here versus here. So these are all things that we can communicate to get it really, working exactly as we envision. Also, the line height gets screwed up here on this text. But yeah, that's actually pretty solid here. I think we're going to wrap this section up in terms of the responsive considerations, because I think we've really nailed it here pretty well. And then we're going to take a look at just some other things here before we wrap up. All right, so I did a bunch of other tiny, just little fixes here and adjustments. So we'll run through this again real quickly. We'll just copy. I like reading romance novels. Show me the money. This shows up here, and the one thing I did change is once this UI comes up after this goes away and gets a response from OpenAI, I will have. Oh, let's generate the guide first. There goes thinking. There will be like a scroll enacted animation where the text kind of comes in to view. I might adjust this because it's a little bit dramatic. I might want to reduce the effect a little bit, but it's kind of just a cool way to use Greenstock animation platform to do this sort of thing. See how they come in sequentially as you're scrolling down like that. And then we click show less and they all revert back up. So that's a fun, cool thing to do. My ideas here, we have this little animation on my ideas cards. I'm zoomed up a little bit. There we go. So yeah, all this is working. Go back to home. Our logout works, and we are good. I think a fun thing for people to do who've been following along this far, if you have been, is to try to integrate like the YouTube data and API that we talked about at the beginning, where when you generate a guide, you can, way up to the bottom perhaps, just have an area where it shows relevant YouTube channels. And think of any other APIs you could tie into that would be relevant. And this could become like an actual serious app. I think that would be really cool. So I'm also going to include the deployment of this project, the process to deploying to render.com, except it's going to be added to DesignCourse.com. So this same course is going to be at DesignCourse.com as a free course. And if you want to see the deployment process of getting this up on the web, like SideBling.com, then just join up there. It's a free account. It doesn't cost anything to take this course. And then you'll see at the very end of the course chapter a deployment section where I show you how to deploy this. All right, and right now that's not up at the time of recording this video, but I'll try to get it there in the next few days. So hopefully you enjoyed that. Make sure to subscribe because we're going to be doing a lot more of this type of thing. We are fully engaged here in 2025 and beyond, focusing on all things AI. All right, goodbye.